Yo, what up? Ralph, congratulations, you are first. Um... Not much is up. Just trained today, did back. Didn't have that much neck pain for most exercises. My neck was hurting a fair bit when I was doing bent rows with a barbell. And I couldn't do shrugs, but other than that, I was able to train back just fine. So the neck's feeling a fair bit better. Spaghetti.
I'm in danger!
One game I've been absolutely obsessed with over this last week is an indie horror title named Labyrinth of the Demon King. Developed by J.R. Hoodapole, am I pronouncing that right? It's easily one of the most unique things I've played in 2025 so far, and the only real thing that sucks about it is that more people don't know it exists. And although early on I wasn't really picking up what it was putting down, after about an hour or so this thing really started to sink its claws into my back. To the point that after finally beating it for the first time, all I wanted to do was just go right back in and give it another go. Well, seeing as there's not much else going on in video games at the moment, unless you're up to date with your CEO drama on Twitter, I thought it would be worth going through this thing in the hopes of bringing it to the attention of more people. So, let's do that, shall we?
Paul Saladino gave cholesterol advice for athletes? Was that on, Paul's channel? Oh my god. I don't want to have to listen to an hour, 33-minute podcast where they ramble about fucking stupid bullshit nonsense.
Hey guys.
Did you have to take down your stream again last night? Yeah.
Hey guys, Josh Bridges here.
Hilarious fucking story. So I woke up to today and I see an email from Google giving me a community guideline warning. And it was the stream before last where I was high on gummies. And I was thinking, what the fuck did I do that gave me a community guideline warning? And it was specifically about like hate speech. I'm like, what? So I look at the YouTube thing. It told me to go to a certain timestamp. I was fucking passed out, like just dead asleep. And then fucking jackass donated the N-word over and over It just said N-word, 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 N-word. And then I got a community guideline strike for that. So I deleted last night's stream just to be safe because there was a little bit of touchy subjects. Like if YouTube's freaking out about the N-word now, I don't want to take a risk.
Frank Tufano has uploaded a new vid.
Here we go.
Frank posted a new video and a new short. He's officially become unhinged. We are slowly watching the deterioration of Frank Tufano.
Okay, well thanks for the donations, James and Vince Goodrum. I think we already reacted to this one. This is the one he deleted and then he decided to re-upload it for some reason.
So what happens when you sue the elite? When you actually try to stand up for yourself. So I'm a small business owner. I'm trying to stand up for this harassment, these people that...
He's violating the court order again. You can literally see Paul Saladino's name right there.
have been conspiring against me. Judge simply dismisses the case. I have filed over 20 of these lawsuits in the federal court, and the
So he tried to argue to get rid of the default judgment, which is basically impossible. And the judge said no. It's a default judgment. Like, I don't know what he was thinking. Like, you're surprised?
same thing happens every single time.
And a miscellaneous relief order. So, I think he was arguing that because of his health issues, the court has to be delayed or the trial has to be delayed. He doesn't have any health issues. He went under elective surgery.
Judge dismisses the case immediately after I filed it. What am I supposed to do? Most people don't even get as far as me. They just give up and they can't afford a lawyer. I figured out how...
Oh, by the way, the motion he filed was fucking unhinged. He claimed Paul Saladino is part of some Jewish secret society that's trying to control the world. Like, no shit, it got denied. Like, this guy's a retard. He may as well send, documents to the court written in crayon.
How to file the lawsuit myself, and there's nothing wrong with the filing. It's just these corrupt Freemason Illuminati judges, they're bought and paid for. They are bought and paid for. You have no chance in the court system. My best bet is to pay someone to hand out flyers and expose people and raise donation money for myself so I can afford to live and afford to keep supporting my businesses. It's completely disgusting what these people do, and it's so blatant and obvious, and there's no recourse for it. So when they sue you, when they file a lawsuit against you, and you try to do anything in the court, judge does the same thing. Dismisses all your motions, ignores them, rules in favor of the secret society person that's suing you, the elite person that's suing you. They will always win the case 100%. And you would think they would at least play the game a little bit, try to make it not look as obvious, but no, all 20 of my cases immediately dismissed. Don't even get... The other person I'm suing isn't even aware the case was ever filed.
Yeah, Frank said he might declare personal bankruptcy. I don't think it actually has anything to do with this court case. I think it's because he took out huge loans to get those corrective surgeries, and to avoid paying off the loan, he's just going to file for bankruptcy.
Never even got that far to notify the person I'm suing of the case. It's completely in disgust. It's just despicable. There's no other word.
So that is completely untrue. In order to actually have a lawsuit, you need to have the court documents presented to you for a lawsuit to actually be initiated. So he's lying.
For it, and I have no recourse for it. Literally gonna have to. Anyone in New York want a job to hand out flyers? Let me know. Basically, all my savings, everything I've worked for the past all of these years of running my business, every day of my life for like 9 years at this point, all gone in a few surgeries. So go figure. You know, we tried the fundraisers, we tried a few different things, but I'm basically so shadow banned that I think the only people seeing my videos are already my current customers, and like I can only ask you guys to support me so much. So hopefully we can make it through these next few months and eventually try to get some compensation for what this guy did to my face and get paid back and remediated. But in the meantime, these chargebacks have absolutely destroyed me. You know, if I wasn't losing $2,000 a week in chargebacks, then I'd obviously be in a much better financial position. So these secret society members, Freemasons, Illuminati, whatever various groups have, you know, been taking a few people every week and placing between $1,000 and $2,000 worth.
Why the fuck are people asking me about Chromebooks every single fucking stream? Why in the fuck are you people asking me about fucking Chromebooks?
Worth of chargeback orders on my business every week. And to be
literally every stream for the last 2 weeks. What do you think of Chromebooks? Would you get a Chromebook? Is it a good idea to get a Chromebook? How are Chromebooks? How about you shut the fuck up? Chromebooks suck. They're not real laptops. Shut the fuck up and stop asking me.
Be very clear, these people paid for product. The product was delivered on their doorstep. They did not contact me. They then proceeded to...
Happy Memorial Day, VG.
I don't know, yeah, I don't think Memorial Day is a thing in Canada. Pretty sure we don't have it as like a holiday or anything. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
To file a chargeback, and the bank sided with them. So they received perfectly good product. There's photographic evidence of it on the FedEx tracking website in front of their door, and they filed a chargeback and got their money back anyway. If they did this to a grocery store, they'd be put in handcuffs by the local police department. But since they're doing it against a non-secret society-owned business, they get to steal money from me. That's how the world works. There's people in the club, there's people not in the club. Any sort of excuse or governing body or justification in between is just to try to tell you some fantasy story to get you to not realize what the truth is. These people are organized and harassing my business, and I actually just filmed a whole 15 minutes of me reading these people's names, their addresses, where they live, and the amount of money they stole from me, but that's not actually legal until I publish this into a court case. So we did file a court case in the federal district court with the first 70 people. This here is a new list that I have to publish a court case. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to publish another court case this week or next week, and I will happily read every single one of your names, your addresses, the amount of money you've stolen from me, and provide a FedEx tracking number so these people can see the package in front of your doorstep. I was going to post a video of doing that today, but I think the video would get taken down for doxing. I could do that with that first court case, but I don't have that list in front of me now, and I'd like to do it to everyone at once. You know, we're out, I think, at least $50,000, $60,000, a very considerable amount of money. And this doesn't include the mistakes and the missed orders and all the stuff that I have paid for, but this is probably 10 times worse. Like the order mistakes, the missing items, the lost or damaged packages from FedEx, broken eggs, whatever it is, that accounts for maybe 10% of the value of these chargebacks and what these people are doing to me. So that's very... People have tried to bring that up to say I'm lying and stuff like, oh, well, the orders...
I don't have a PS5, and I don't have any interest in ever playing a console game ever at any point in my life.
What, really,
So-
don't you have any military troops in Canada?
Well, we do have a military, it's just that we don't celebrate that particular day. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. So I'm not going to play Onimusha Remaster on PS5. Is this just the OG, or is this already out? It's 22nd. Okay, so this has to be the remaster. I played Onimusha 2 back in the day when it was new on PS2. I had mixed feelings about it back then. I don't know if I'm gonna bother playing it because it's weird. It's basically Resident Evil, but in Japan, like feudal Japan. Yeah, I probably not gonna play that one. What's the new one? This isn't coming out until 2026, right? This one looks good.
Then why don't you have a Memorial Day in Canada?
I don't know, Dodo. I haven't really looked into that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Fear 2 sucked monkey fuck. That was such a terrible game. Dead Island 2 is a lot cheaper. I don't know if maybe I'd get that. I don't know why kids scream like they're getting fucking sexually assaulted all the time. It's like so fucking weird. It annoys the shit out of me. Like, what is... I never did that as a kid. Like, why do children, for no fucking reason, make these blood-curdling fucking screams like they're being raped and fucking tortured? I don't get it. And then I have no idea if a kid's actually being hurt or if they're just being a fucking retard.
Were damaged or these people deserve their money back. No. I always compensate people for their orders. If there's any issue or there's any damaged package, it's fine. But that's why we have very specific refund policies to prevent.
What can you say about the GTX 1660? You're a fucking retard if you'd get that graphics card. Why would you ever consider getting that graphics card? It doesn't support ray tracing, doesn't have DLSS. It's an old fucking cheap piece of shit that's not going to run anything. It's like asking me, hey, should I get some old piece of shit car from the 1950s that can't run on modern gasoline? Like, why would you do that?
Prevent people from trying to scam me. And every order has a slip in it that says, okay, if there's an issue with your order, immediately take a photo and send it to us. And I'm not going to go too much into details, but sometimes a person will leave the package out on their doorstep for 2 days and then try to get their money back. So there's a whole bunch of things, but that has nothing to do with what is going on here. These people received the product that they paid for. There's a photograph from FedEx of the package at their door, and the bank and Shopify side with them. Why? To me, I don't know. That's unbelievable. So at some point, maybe I'm going to have to get off Shopify and sue Shopify. I don't know. I've already sued these people. I have lawsuits filed against Shopify. What am I going to file lawsuits against the credit card companies? Now, the point is, all these judges are against me. I think I filed at least 20 or 30 cases in various federal and state courts at this point, and not one case has gotten past the filing. And every single time, the judge does a preliminary evaluation of the claims and dismisses the case. I don't even get to serve the other person and get a fair trial. So the justice system is completely disgusting. The only thing I can do is come on here and continue to ask you guys for help. And even then,
I haven't bought a physical game in like 15 years.
Speaking of which, have you heard of the controversial video game Sad Satan VG?
I have never heard of this game. Weird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Vince Goodrum donated till I was watching 1.5 speed. Yeah, that's what I'm fucking doing, dipshit. You can see it right fucking here. Thanks for the donation, Vince Goodrum.
And I'm shadow banned, and the same people that are stealing money from me through these chargebacks are the ones that are shadow banning and censoring my YouTube channel. I mean, I never wanted to have to stoop down to their level, but I have no problem having people hand out flyers of my face in Los Angeles. I guarantee they'll lose more money in 1 week of me doing that than they ever have in doing this chargeback nonsense on my business. This is completely ridiculous and disgusting. These people paying $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 for these surgeries. I hand out flyers for a week out there. I guarantee you they lose hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. And it's gotten to that point. It's gotten to that point. I'm going to calculate how much money they stole from me through those chargebacks. I'm going to take out a new credit card or get a line of credit, whatever it is, and I'm going to spend that amount of money in handing out flyers for what happened to my face, and I might also hand out flyers advertising to my business, explaining, hey, these secret society-owned supermarkets are censoring and shadow banning me, so please go to frankiesstrangemeat.com and order from my business. And I think we got at least, 20 to 30 weeks worth of payroll here, so maybe these people will finally learn their lesson and stop placing chargebacks. What am I going to stoop down to that level? Am I going to hire people to place chargebacks against? Am I going to go to my followers and say, hey guys, go place orders on all these other businesses. Go to every other meat. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say, go to every other meat business online, place an order on every single one of them, and then file a chargeback. Imagine that. Imagine if 1,000 of my followers went to how many dozens of other meat businesses on there.
It's funny he says this when he's getting sued by Paul for accusing him of being a child rapist.
Imagine that. Imagine if we actually did what these people did. Thousands and thousands of orders across all other meat businesses, and then they all file chargebacks. But you know what I bet? I bet the payment providers and I bet the credit cards for those secret society-owned businesses aren't going to...
Please, whatever you do, never play that sad Satan game on stream, VG.
Yeah, it sounds like it probably wouldn't be okay for YouTube TOS. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Side with the customer. Who knows? I have these chargebacks. I have people scamming me left and right. Half the vendors or half the people you try to do business with as a small business are just out to screw you and scam you in any way possible. It's completely ridiculous and disgusting. And that's really the only way these people are able to stay in business and maintain control is because they control all the platforms. Why is someone able to sell a product for more money than me and it's lower quality and they have poor customer service? It's because they control all the sales platforms. I've had enough of this, guys. I don't know what to do. I'm very close to declaring personal bankruptcy next week and then just trying to keep the LLC and business operating. The lawsuits and the court stuff doesn't really matter because I'm not going to get into that today, but personally I have no assets because I'm broke. I don't have any money. You guys see me wear the same fucking clothes every day and I'm renting a shack of a house in Pennsylvania. For what reason at this point, I don't fucking know.
But he can spend 50 grand on plastic surgery, spend a couple weeks in LA, yeah.
It's just completely ridiculous and disgusting what these people have done to me. On paper, minimum, this doctor owes me at least a few $1 million for what he did to my eyes. I still have some court hearings on that next week, and I have to go to a disability. Completely ridiculous. Maybe we'll just do a video on that next week. I have like seven or eight new court cases I have to file in the state court. Maybe we can get some money back. I mean, that might really just be the only solution is just to pay people to hand out flyers because all these other platforms are controlled. They control the banking system. They control all the social media platforms. They control the courts. So, why am I continuing to, I'm about at the point where I'm not going to spend any more of my efforts, filing these court motions and treating the court system as if there's any legitimacy to it whatsoever. It's getting to the point where I can only ask you guys for help, if not just pay people to hand out flyers and spread awareness and try to raise support for my own business. That's really the only thing we can do is just, try to get as many customers and get as much support for the meat business as possible and try to outweigh all the negative stuff and hopefully make it to a point where we're in a better spot. But it just seems like it's just getting worse and worse. This whole situation is ridiculous. I come back from this orbital reconstruction surgery. I'm half blind, dealing with all this business nonsense and lawsuits and chargebacks. It just never ends. I don't know what the point is anymore. With what these evil assholes have done to me, I've probably sent at least 1,000 people to hell already. So I think I've done enough in that context. I'm pretty sure that's what these secret society members tell the lower level members to get them to do evil stuff for them. Is they say that there's no existence after this life, so what you do in this life doesn't matter. Just be as selfish as possible for yourself. That's what they tell their secret society members as the truth, but
he's saying this when he has a business. that makes money by torturing and killing animals.
What if your life on this planet was a test of how good of a person you were? What if? If that's the possibility, and you spent your life doing evil things and stealing from people for your own benefit, what if you then have to come back and live 100 lives as those people who suffered? You know, think about it that way. Me, I don't want to come back here in any way whatsoever, so I'm going to do my best to be as good of a person as possible, if there is any remote possibility of that happening. I wouldn't gamble with that one. You know, imagine what's going to happen if that's a possibility. If this planet is a testing ground, and when someone like Doc passes away and meets the creator or whatever, how screwed is he? How screwed is he? I wouldn't want to know. I wouldn't want to know. You know, I'm just at the point where I'm completely over it. You know, as much as I care about my employees and the people that I support, they really don't seem to appreciate me, and I feel like it's not even worth it at this point. Do they appreciate me in some capacity? Maybe. Do they know how good they have it compared to what they would be doing? Absolutely not.
That's really weird. He's complaining about his employees now. I wonder if he's, like, not paying them or something.
So, I don't know.
For
Yeah, that's super weird.
$50,000, you couldn't take a Supra and make it this for that money. The thing that really irks me the most about it is that I've never liked Teslas, and now it's cool to not like Teslas.
Oh, you gotta start liking them now.
I'm not even gonna make fun of them anymore because, like, it's not even worth it.
You contrarian, keep making fun of them.
Man, actually, Teslas are cool in base now.
Dodo is a fucking annoying retard, but at least he is giving you a lot of money, right?
Dodo's a sweet boy. Don't talk shit about Dodo. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
And all the animals that died for Frank to make money. I hear the animals screaming.
Yeah, fuck Frank. Things should really be a hell of a lot worse for him if life was fair, but at least his life is crumbling. Thanks for the donation, James.
The buyback? Is this one of the Dieselgate ones for real? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Dieselgate. I always thought it'd be cool to own a Dieselgate Volkswagen, and that's pretty much the only Volkswagen that
and fun to drive.
I'm a fan of a Ranger. Here is something.
S201? Is that?
Huh?
This is so cool. For many car enthusiasts, Tommy Kyra vehicles existed only in the digital world of Gran Turismo, and so on.
Oh, no,
That's
so yeah,
where they
it's Tommy
should have
Kyra.
stayed. That's where they should have stayed.
Nah, it's cool.
I hate the wing. I hate the extra bulbous.
All the shit missing out of the front.
Oh, the wing
Yeah.
is.
They added an oil cooler, and then oh god, it's got the Civic bumper on the end.
Oh, with the speed holes, yeah.
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 Speed holes.
I don't.
Yeah, I'll drive in Gran Turismo, but I wouldn't want one IRL.
This isn't something
No.
I seek out, but it's kind of neat.
I don't like that bumper either.
I don't really like much of anything about this.
What engine is in this thing?
I mean, a 207 of some sort, you know, some kind of 2-liter boxer.
Weren't they mostly just-
let's say
The same engine as the SVT. They put this heinous sailing body kit on it. That's the base.
It's wild.
And then the second version they made is this one, which is the
Yeah, that looks disgusting.
N2O, which has a nitrous tank in the back that comes disconnected from the factory because it would be illegal to hook it up. You hook it up yourself, and then you get it's like a 50 shot maybe. I'm not even sure, but
So it just comes with pre-installed Galaxy gas?
yeah, pre-installed
Yeah.
Galaxy
Yes.
gas. You're gonna be laughing driving this thing around.
That's actually pretty based.
The nitrous part is, but the rest of it is the worst
The rest
of
of it's
2000s tuning.
yeah. The Tommy Kyra of Ford, whatever the f this is.
yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, you could cope and give an excuse.
Cayman's weren't out at that time.
Here's a Mark V
They're
Supra.
out now.
Oh my god.
Oh, ew.
Self-tapped.
Ew.
2021 Super 3.0 Premium. One owner. One person did all of this nightmarish. Wide body air.
Oh my god.
It looks like when they put the all over people, like to do 3D rendering.
Yeah, those balls.
Motion
motion
capture.
capture.
Yeah,
Yes.
motion capture. Yeah.
It looks like Neo when he gets out of the Matrix for the first time. They don't have all the shit out of him yet. Is that dwarf? Is the dwarf?
This is
Yeah, nobody bought MK1 or was playing it. That game was so fucking terrible. The what did they call it? That like tag team system thing that they had? That was such a stupid idea. That's one of the dumbest fucking ideas they've ever fucking come up with. Tagging in a support character. Like, that's so fucking stupid for Mortal Kombat. That makes sense for a fighter like Marvel vs. Capcom, but for Mortal Kombat, that is just so outrageously fucking dumb. And then their whole monetization scheme was fucking insane. they basically wanted you to pay for a literal full-priced game just for the story DLC that's only like a 2.5-hour campaign. And I think they wanted like 50 or 60 bucks for it. Like, that was fucking crazy. They're also asking for way too much money for the DLC characters. Like, that game was just fucking clown mode. And it sucks too because, like, Conan and the T-1000 were really cool DLC characters, but they put them in, like, one of the shittiest Mortal Kombat games ever.
React to this, VG.
Israel is, in fact, preparing for a possible strike on Iran's nuclear facilities. So far, he has resisted a war with Iran, but let's not forget, he is the one who ripped up the Iran.
Catastrophic war with Iran. What exactly would be catastrophic?
Nuclear deal in his first term. Trump is also the guy who decided to assassinate Qasem Soleimani, who was the top general in Iran's military. And that could have led to, a full-fledged war, a hot war between.
I'm done. Like, that is just so outrageously fucking brain dead. Yes, the military superpower Iran might have brought the United States to its knees because Trump decided to assassinate a fucking terrorist in Iran. Like, fuck the Young Turks. I don't care about anything they have to fucking say.
Do you feel...
They're just a complete fucking joke. Why do they even upload political content? Like, they should be doing fucking meme reviews on TikTok. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Oh yeah, Greg Doucette's fucking crashing out hard.
Beaten.
Some YouTuber with like 1,000 subs made a video calling out Greg Doucette for being a lying hypocrite, and then he's lost his fucking mind.
Hussein Farhat is a pathological liar. And so I can't wait to tell you all the lies that Hussein Farhat has been spewing for years. Video is not clickbait. The rise and fall of Hussein Farhat. Coach Greg in today's video, the rise and fall of Hussein Farhat. I know that you're likely not going to believe this, but Hussein Farhat has been outed. And
so this guy claims to have developed this physique in less than 2 years, and he gained like 60 pounds, pretty much all muscle mass in less than 2 years. So like you can see his before and after, he had like literally no muscle, just pure twink, and then in less than 2 years basically had this physique. Yeah, in all likelihood the guy's on steroids. Even if you look at Mr. Olympia competitors before they took steroids, within their first 2 years of lifting, even they didn't make as much progress. You can look at dudes like Marcus Rule, Kevin Levrone, dudes like that who have pictures from when they first started lifting, Jay Cutler too. They didn't make that sort of progress when they were natural. So yeah, there's a good chance this guy was on something. Might not have necessarily been steroids, could have been SARMs, but he was probably on something. The only person who made a similar level of progress, if not more, while being natural was Ronnie Coleman. But that's like literally the one single person on the planet who has like the most insane retard freak genes that's ever existed.
What would you rather, suck Frank Tufano's dick, babysit a baby for an entire day, or eat a big bowl of yogurt?
what now?
Maybe babysit a baby for, an entire day. Okay, I'd just down yogurt.
He just said goodbye. Okay. In the source material, he said see you later. That implies he's gonna see them again. It's key foreshadowing. This is what I'm talking about, man. This shit trash. Oh no, no. I know that. I know I ain't saying what I'm saying. I know I ain't saying what I'm. Nah. Hell no, he missing hair follicles. He missing hair follicles, nigga. You know what, man? Listen. You are complaining about things that are not even worth complaining about, okay?
That's pretty good.
Oh, brother, man. Yo, this guy is such a crybaby, am I right? Like, well, my mommy just woke up from a coma that she was in for 3 years and I can talk to her and interact with her again. Like, the pussy, right? Like, bro, he just brought his mom back to life. What are you talking about? That's an emotional moment. Nah, that ain't no excuse. He just a crybaby, man. He just cry all the time. I mean, it's kind of understandable. He got the fate of the world in his hands. Like, that's a lot of pressure. Man, can you stop defending this edgelord? He just trying to be edgy. That's it. Is he edgy, or does he live in a post-apocalyptic world where he's seeing friends and family die right in front of him? Like, I don't know. To me, he's just a punk pussy bitch, and he just cries all the time. So, it's whatever. You know what?
That's literally what I think when I see shit.
Oh yeah!
Oh my god!
Yep. Got your ass. Yep.
Oh no!
I knew you was cheating on me. I thought you was at your mom's house. Huh?
Oh my
This ain't
god!
like your mom's house.
Oh my god!
Who you messing with? They got a damn pirate ship. Who you messing with?
Babe, I can explain. I met this guy from One Piece, and it meant nothing. Okay.
Wait. What type of attacks does he use?
He uses fire attacks, babe. He uses fire.
Okay. I'm still mad, but like, I thought you were about to say Luffy. I was about to really crash out.
Oh yeah, that's his name, Luffy.
What? You say he used fire attacks?
Well, he gave me that Red Hawk Tua. Babe, calm down. The pacing was terrible. He took forever.
Please don't tell me it stretches.
I don't know who stretched more, him or me, babe. I'm sorry.
How many times did y'all do it?
How many episodes are in One Piece? Babe, I'm so sorry. We can go watch Attack on Titan, babe, please.
Did he ever say gear secondo when y'all was...
Yes, light speed pumping. And then when he used gear third, I had to blow the air in for him. It was...
This guy's pretty funny.
Man.
Yeah, I actually like his shit. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
And so it truly saddens me to have to make this video. But there is, in fact, evidence, and lots of it, that Hussein has been scamming us all along. And so a very small channel has put all of the evidence together. And he has won. He's beaten us. And so I'm going to play the video and show everything that he stated so that you can see once for all that Hussein is a pathological liar. He's been lying to all of us, even Coach Greg, for months and or years. Greg's crashing out harder than last time. He's not going to sue you. He knows how to make money on drama. It's his business model. He'll have a video about you by tomorrow. You're his new Eddie Hall. I tried commenting about you on Greg's new video, but my comments are getting deleted, laughing my ass off. I mean, you guys have got me. Clearly, I go on all of my videos and I delete all of your comments. I've been trying to cover it up. After all, how many videos did I post today? 4, right? And so what I've been doing is I've been posting video after video today, trying to make the comments go away. I know I can't keep up with them. I can't delete them fast enough. And so I keep putting a brand new video. But so many people are going to the comment section saying Hufade, Farhat, and Coach Greg are liars that I just don't know what to do. And so I've given up. I'm throwing in the towel. I got my white flag on. It's a bracelet. And I'm recording this video as an emergency. I'm on a family cruise with my family, but this couldn't stop. And so the rise and fall of Hussein Farhat. Let's now watch the video. And so what's going to happen is he's going to prove that Hussein lied to me.
You know what? I just thought of something. Hussein Farhat might be completely lying about his transformation. So he might have been training for way longer than he's claiming. So he said like his big transformation like took place in less than 2 years. Could have been like 4 or 5 years. Because, I mean, he looks like a literal child in some of these before pics. So he might be lying about 3-year natural transformation, 50-pound difference, 134 to 184. Yeah, like this very likely could be more than a 3-year kind of transformation.
What is Sam Sulek doing these days? Return to Frank, dancer emoji, musical notes emoji, smiley face emoji, cool face emoji, steam locomotive emoji.
I don't know what he's up to. Maybe we'll take a look at Sam Sulek later, but we're done with Frank. We watched all of his new content. Thanks for the donation, James. Yeah, he might have also been lying about the weight he gained. Because, like, I mean, this guy looks like a broccoli-haired fucking 14-year-old twink here. And then here, he actually looks like an adult man. So, I don't know. Like, and then there's this photo. Like, what's the difference between here and here? Because, like, again, he looks like a fucking literal child, like 12 years old. And then here, he looks like, you know, he's in his teens, like later teens. I don't know. He's probably lying about the length of time. Or maybe not deliberately lying. Maybe just has a really bad sense of time. Who the fuck knows?
And that I covered up this lie.
This is Hussein Farhat, a pathological liar who was recently blown up on the internet for his absolutely insane physique.
Right off the bat, a banger, a mic drop. Hussein Farhat is a pathological liar. But now what you need to do is watch the rest of the video to see what he's a pathological liar about. A pathological liar is somebody who lies harder than last time all of the freaking time.
Hussein lies to his young audience of millions by claiming that he achieved this physique, quote-unquote, naturally within only 3 years.
And so the main lie is that he was natural in that transformation of which he put on close to 60 pounds in under 3 years. I mean, does that make any logical sense? I mean, it doesn't. I mean, it sounds like the type of thing that only 1 in a million people could do. And so we know the odds are very, very slim. 1 in a million, it's not often that can happen. It happens 1 in a million. Maybe 37 people in all of our entire country could have done it. And half those people are old, half are babies, and so it's very rare. Not many people could do it. Are we clear on that? Okay, we're all on the same page. Hard to do that transformation. 1 in a million.
This is cookbook salesman and IFBB pro Greg Doucette, who has been helping Hussein perpetuate this lie for his own gain.
And so I had to make a video saying he was natural because in the blood work, it showed that he was natural. I didn't want to lie to my audience. I mean, I thought he was a fake natty. I looked at his physique and said, there's no way. 1 in a million chance. And then I got the blood.
I think if we're going to have the natty hypothesis, the best explanation for some of this is Hussein Farhat might have been training for 4 or 5 years, not 2 or 3 years when he made that transformation, which ends up making it sound a lot more sensible. And the amount of progress he's made over the last year is pretty minuscule. And if you just look at his lifts, they're just not what you'd expect from somebody who is chemically enhanced. Like, I think he struggled to bench 315 or like 320 for a single rep. Like, yeah, it's for having that much muscle mass, but being that bad at benching, it's a little weird. Like, David Lade was smaller than him when he did, I think 405 when he started to take SARMs.
Blood work, and I said 1 in a million. But this guy, he proves that he was actually not 1 in a million.
In this video, I'll be explaining how and why Greg went from calling Hussein out on being a fake natty to helping him lie to everyone about being natural, and even making him a co-owner of Greg's own supplement company in the process.
And so clearly what happened is I lied, covered up his lie, put him as co-owner as part of my HLT company in order to make millions and millions of dollars. And it worked until today.
He also talks about how Hussein didn't gain a single fat cell while putting on 60 pounds of lean contractile tissue. This goes far beyond any body recomposition that any new lifter in the gym can pull off.
Yeah, it's like only 1 in a million could do it. It's weird. It's like only 1 in a million could do it. It's as if all the stuff that Greg said is actually accurate and that it's extremely rare. Like hardly anyone could do it. Like 1 in a million maybe. If you're watching this, the chances of...
Yeah, so that's the issue. If you're going to appeal to like rarity, well, you're admitting it's unlikely. So the amount of people who could bench press like 500 pounds naturally is very, very small. Like, you're talking about less than 1% of the population who could probably do it. So if you find somebody who's benching 500 pounds naturally, and you're saying, trust me, they're natural. I know it's like a 1 in a billion thing, but trust me, they're natural. You're already admitting that the likelihood of them being able to do it naturally is so small that there's a higher likelihood that they are on steroids. So using that, like, that's not really an argument. That's an admission to your opponent's position that their hypothesis is more likely.
Sylvanus is pretty based. He also hates Batman.
All right, I'll take a look at those in a second. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi. Yeah, Gay donated first, so I'll look at his link first.
I love you and your cat so much I wish I could be your roommate or even your bedmate. Smiley face emoji, gay emoji, hard cock emoji, water squirting ejaculation emoji, cute panda emoji. Gay.
Well, Gummy is pretty great.
Well, we're having fun tonight. You want to know why? Finally off work, that last person was angry at me. Folks, I'm going to give you one advice. When it comes to your medical stuff, and I've said this before, don't go to a hospital unless you have to. You go to the hospital for an exam? No, don't. Don't go into a hospital unless you get into a car accident and you need to be in a hospital. That's what hospitals are for. They're not for your funky ass to do other things. Because when you go to a hospital, everything is super expensive.
Or you could just live in Canada, and it's free. Thanks for the donation, though, Gay.
Me so that I may kill more people. Never. You're going to prison, where you'll never be able to hurt anyone ever again. Come on now, Batman. I've broken out of prison more times than LeBron has been to the finals. I don't give a flying flippity fuck. And if you break out, guess what I'm gonna do? Guess. Fucker, what? Say it. I'm gonna put you right back in prison again. Oh no, a mild inconvenience. You know, if this was somehow, I don't know, a TV show, the audience members would tell you to kill me because that's the only thing that's going to stop me from killing more people. I just love it so much. You're wrong. If this were a show, they wouldn't want me to kill you because they would be good people, kind-hearted people, and they would want me to do the right thing.
Oh my God, if you don't shut the fuck up and kill this dude, bro, how many people has he killed? Why does it matter if you kill him? Nobody gonna care.
These metaphorical viewers wouldn't be a sicko like you. They wouldn't want me to do something like, I don't know.
Bro, didn't he just get that thing where you like inject it in their arm and like all their internal organs melt and their ball sack explode and then their eyes pop out of their head? Why don't they just use that on them? Man, this dude dumb.
These imaginary viewers
Yeah, Batman's fucking stupid, dude. Like the dumbest.
Hello
comic
to all
book
of my beautiful American
hero.
people out there. Thank you so much for voting for me. We couldn't have done this without you. That's my president, man. Come on. Lower them grocery prices. And, you know, I said that I would do a lot of evil, terrible, horrible things that would ruin lives and the economy.
Wait, what? What is he talking about? What is he about to do?
Nah, bro, he not gonna do none of that crazy stuff. He was just playing around, okay?
Okay.
He about to just lower the price of groceries and eggs and stuff. You know?
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
I know I said those things, but I'm here to say that I'm doing that shit right now! I have just signed an executive order to raise the price of a carton of eggs and a gallon of gas to $100.
Hey, yo, what the fuck? No. Why this nigga hate breakfast? Damn.
I have just signed an executive order to make my volume button on my remote connect to every TV in America. Wait, what?
Is he for real?
And guess what? You know why I did it? Because you...
Wow, he actually did it.
What is he saying right now? I'm concerned. And you know what? It's time to take affirmative action against affirmative action. So anyone who was hired because of DEI is gonna DIE now! That's a bit extreme.
Oh my God, no.
What's wrong?
Bro, I'm black.
So?
And I work for Google.
You monster! And you know what? There are a certain group of people living in my country that are not contributing. So, I have signed an executive order, and now any ghost living in America must pay taxes! Oh my God, this is some bullshit, man!
What the fuck?
I can't take this shit no more, man! Oh. That motherfucker over there voted for him. Man, I'm gonna haunt that nigga every night. You will never sleep peacefully again. I'm gonna haunt you every motherfucking night.
Yeah, this guy's pretty funny.
Hello to all of my.
That one's not so great.
So, Lights, what do you plan on doing with that book I gave you?
There are too many people in this world who can't enjoy themselves because of things like work, school, and physical limitations. But I'm going to change all of that by writing their names in this book. And making them turn up!
I know what I'd do with a death note. Not gonna say what specifically, but I know what I'd do.
Of you pulling off a Hussein Farhat? 1 in a million.
This is me 3 years ago at 132 pounds and around 13% body fat. And this is me 3 years later at 183 pounds, but also at a much higher body fat percentage of about 18%.
And so this guy who made the video, he was only able to put on 50 pounds while increasing his body fat, while Hussein Farhat put on 60 pounds while decreasing his body fat. And so Hussein improved even more than he did. And so it's impossible. And so he wins. Hussein Farhat probably put on 10 or 15 pounds more muscle than this guy. No one could do that. He wins. I mean, the video could end right here, right? I mean, he just proved that Hussein Farhat is not natural because he put on more muscle than this guy. I mean, this guy has the best genetics in the world. No one could put on more muscle than this guy. And so anyone that puts on more muscle than him clearly is a fake natty. Your IQ is, let's say, 160. So 1 in maybe 1,000.
$2, donate $2. Let me see.
See, you are dumb fucking bitch in Chinese. 你这个傻叉，你这个傻叉 You are dumb fucking bitch. 你这个傻叉。How...
Alright, that's good to know.
I'm back with another video for y'all. We don't wait behind all this traffic to get on fucking Montgomery Drive. This is what you do. You go to the side, and you go past all this shit. You go past all this shit. You know what I'm saying? You go past all this. We're not waiting on the fucking... We're not waiting behind none of this. You know what I'm saying? With the check engine light blinking. It's not just on, it's blinking. It's a tire right here. Fuck it, we run the tire over. Run the SUV. Run the tire over. But I'm gonna show y'all how to get around this shit. Like, y'all is crazy waiting behind all this damn traffic just to get off at the fucking exit. Y'all are crazy. This is how you do this shit. Cut past all this bullshit. And then you slide right in. And then I'm gonna show y'all how to get around this part. Okay, so open back up. You go around. You go around it. That's it. That's all. That's all you have to do. Just go around.
This guy must be pissing off so many people. There's the cop. Yeah.
When you see the cops, you slide right back in. You know what I'm saying?
He's gonna get pulled over.
And you just get in this lane. You gotta finesse it a little bit. Get in this lane and then slide over here so the cop don't see you. He didn't just see that. But look, I'm about to show y'all.
He's gonna see that. He's gonna get pulled over. Come on, pull that guy over.
Go around him. You're gonna go around this way. You're not even paying attention.
Oh my god.
Go around this way. See, I'm giving y'all a whole motherfucking shit. So you see this long ass line right here? We not waiting behind
Oh,
that.
that's hilarious.
Oh, we can slide in. We can slide in. But I was gonna tell y'all to go into this lane and then bang a right. But this one is more open. But you see how we just got around all that traffic?
To be fair, I have done this on my motorcycle. Like, if traffic gets really fucking ridiculous, like, yeah, I'm not waiting.
We're not waiting behind that shit no more. This is how you get around and off exit 341. Y'all crazy waiting behind all that traffic. And we gonna snatch her right there. We snatching. Yeah, we snatching. Yeah, we snatching. Yo.
That guy's hilarious. Natural selection. Okay, I can't watch that on camera because YouTube has a policy with children hurting themselves. I'll watch it off stream. Kids are fucking stupid, dude. Bro, the amount of times I've been on, like, a trail, either riding my bike or on my rollerblades, and I'm coming towards somebody walking towards me, and it'll be like a dad or a mother with their kids, and the kids will literally see me. We're both facing each other, and at the last fucking second, the kid will dart in front of me, and then I have to fucking swerve or jump over the kid on my fucking rollerblades. Like, they're so fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, $2.
People are smarter than you, but you're quite smart. But is it possible that somebody's IQ is like 200? I think I have to change my mind. I think that this isn't a mic drop. I think it's possible still, like now that I think about it, that Hussein is still 1 in a million and put on even more muscle than this guy. I mean, I thought he was a fake natty because Hussein put on 60 pounds, this guy only put on 50. But now that I'm thinking about it, it's possible that someone's even better than you, even though you're really good. Like, he put on 50 pounds, it's ridiculous. Like, it's sus. Like, even him, he might be not natty. But it's possible someone has even better genetics than him. I know it doesn't seem possible, but I can't conclude that Hussein is a fake natty just from that alone. I need a little bit more evidence, of which, of course, there's way more in this video. But that, as soon as I watch that, I'm like, oh man, he's the mastermind.
What's my favorite fruit? Cherries. Cherries are the fucking shit.
Why would I have written the comment on his wall? Like, why would I do that? He had only like 150 views. It's very obvious. It's as if he put 17 years of training in only a matter of 17 months. To me, this is indicative of a guy who's using performance-enhancing drugs. Yeah, I mean, I just said it. It's indicative of somebody who's using performance-enhancing drugs. It indicates it. It suggests it. Unless you had like, I don't know, what was that number again? 1 in a million odds.
Hussein tries to play it off as if he made 17 years worth of gains in only 17 months. It's quite frankly insulting that he even tries to lie about being natural.
Yes, it's insulting that he would even try about being natural. I mean, unless he's a 1 in a millioner, because like, I'm a 1.8%er. Did you guys know I was a commander? Hussein is also a commander, but on top of that, he's a 1 in a millioner. I also feel like I'm a 1 in a millioner. I have a freaking IBB Pro card. I'm a 49-year-old manlet, and you're all watching me right now. Did you all know that? Everyone watching me right now is watching me right now. You like this. What are the odds that you would watch Coach Greg on a cruise ship in the dark talking about if Hussein Farhat is Farhatting his hat? It's Coach Greg After Hours.
We all love it.
We like Coach Greg After Hours.
I dig it.
The deep voice Coach Greg.
It goes hard.
It goes real hard. As hard as I'm gonna go at you tonight. What did he say?
Please promise me to finish the other mints later, they are so funny.
Let me take a look.
Many of you out there, me, and that vibration created.
Alright, I'll take a look at these. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi. Sengoku no Nitellers, I'm taking her over lean beef patty any day. Lean beef patty's hotter. Like, she looks good, but, like, she's older, and I think lean beef patty has a more appealing physique. It's all personal preference at the end of the day, but, you know, I think lean beef patty's prettier. She's more jacked, especially in the upper body. But I think lean beef patty is just, you know, better looking. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Cannot handle adversity. When the going gets tough, you cut and run. Well, let me tell you something. Nothing in this world comes easy. So that means you need to come harder. And I'm not talking normal hard. I'm talking adamantium hard. You need to attack life with everything you got. And don't get discouraged if you drop the ball. We all do that sometimes. It's about how many times you can pick them balls back up and learn to hold them tighter. Cause life is all about juggling balls. So you might as well get used to it. See, if you feel like you are drowning in this ocean we call life, it's time for you to adapt to your environment. Get used to that water, because you are gonna be wet all the time. I know I'm wet right now, and I'm okay with that because I decided I'm gonna catch every drop that life throws my way and keep swimming. And I suggest
Aaron Dunkelberger, $20, change your position on Israel.
Alright guys, so
oh look, a weak beta male faggot with a mustache who can't even lift. I don't care what he has to say. Thanks for the donation, dude.
You do the same. See, for a lot of you guys out there, this is gonna go right over your heads. You are gonna take this information, spit it out when you really need to swallow it and let it digest. What's that? Excessive gayness. See, I've been told just now that my studio time is being cut short because of something called excessive gayness. But am I gonna let that stop me?
Yeah, it's not very good.
A resonance that let me know you.
Oh, you watching this show? Yeah, I love movies with time travel.
Hey, whoa. I didn't know this movie had time travel in it.
I mean, it's in the synopsis of the show, like you should know what it's about.
No, I don't read the synopsis, nothing. I don't know nothing about this show. I want everything that happened in this show to just happen. I don't want to know about it.
Okay, my bad.
Just imagine I was watching this movie and a nigga just traveled back in time. Imagine how amazing that would be. You took that shit away from me.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I thought you would know, so my bad.
It's cool, man. Just.
This movie really has some good actors, though, man. Like that one actor.
Hey, whoa! I don't want to know what actors is in this movie. That's a spoiler.
Sorry, I didn't know that was a thing.
Just imagine I'm watching this movie and then Leonardo DiCaprio just appears out of nowhere. Come on, bro. I don't want to know the actors. That's a spoiler.
Okay.
Jesus, man. It's cool, man. Just.
Well. All you need to know is that this movie is really good. So.
Hey, come on, bro. I don't want to know if this movie is good.
All right, that's a little unreasonable. Why would you watch a show that's not good?
I want to just be watching this shit and then just realize at one point, oh, wait, this is a good movie. So you telling me that this movie is good is a spoiler.
Okay, all right, you know what? I'm just not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything, all right?
Just do better, bro. Just do better. Hey! You thought about the next scene that was about to happen, and that thought created a frequency within you, and that frequency vibrated and reached me, and that vibration created a resonance that let me know your tension that you were feeling, and now I know somebody's about to die.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna just never be in the same room as you ever again when you're watching anything ever, all right?
I'm just saying, bro, watch your vibrations, dog.
This is the dumbest thing I've...
I'm too late! Oh my God!
Yo, who is this? I spent my entire life learning time travel so that I could come back and stop you from spoiling this movie. And I was too late. Wow, so even in the future, you're ridiculous. Like, this is outrageous. This is all your fault, man.
Bro, that's what I was saying, bro. This dude spoiled the whole movie. Like,
it's okay. I'm gonna fix this, all right? Because the body can handle time travel twice. So next time, I'm gonna come back earlier and...
don't spoil this damn movie.
You tried again. Man, this is all your fault, man. If you had just stopped sending your vibrations my way, spoiling the whole movie, none of this would have ever happened.
This was the only interesting thing that happened in his life. God damn.
It was just one movie. It's not that serious. I'll never know how good this movie truly was because of you.
Quit sending them damn vibrations to this young man.
What are you?
What's good, my boy?
Hey, what's up?
What anime is you watching?
Oh, it's just this anime called The Time I, as a 40-year-old, fell in love with a 12-year-old.
No, it's not like that. Like he's a 40-year-old, but he traveled back in time. So now he's back in his 12-year-old body, so it's okay now. Who are you calling? Listen, can you not judge me? Like, it's not even, that's not why I'm watching the show. Like, I'm watching the show for the action. Right. Right. I mean, it's a isekai, so they're in a different world. So, you know, we don't even know what the age of consent is in that world, right? Like, that matters, right? You making me seem like I'm weird, like I'm sick in the head, bro. It's not like that. So when a man loves a teenager, you making me sound like EDP. You making me feel like EDP right now, and that's like you bro, who are you calling? Like, what? Who are you? Okay, wait. Maybe I need to explain this better, because you making me feel like I'm weird or something, or like sick in the head, but I'm not, okay? I'm not sick in the head anyway. So look, imagine this. Imagine two 12-year-olds kissing, right? And then this 47-year-old, he astral projects his mind into the body of one of the 12-year-old. Man, you making me look like I'm a sicko. Like, I need to, like, bro, who are you calling? I know that the guy, okay, is 164 years old. Okay, we got that. We got that covered, right?
I'm gonna need you to stop trying to explain
the girl is -12. Okay, so it's not that big of a deal, because like she was 12 and then she went backwards.
This isn't helping.
For 24 years, so now she's negative.
Listen, I think you're better off if you just don't talk anymore.
Why is you looking at me like that? Okay, you telling me that it's something wrong with an 86-year-old man grabbing the ass of a 6-year-old? What the fuck am I saying? You know what? How far away is the police station?
It's walking distance. Let's go right now.
Yeah, let's just go. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Let's just walk. Let's go. I need to be in jail forever.
That was a good one.
Bro. Oh my God. Bro, whatever this trash is that you watching right now, turn it off, bro. You need to watch 2B Hero X. Listen, man. I'm about to say something about this anime you would never expect. Let me guess. It's the best anime you've ever seen in your entire life. That's crazy, because that's exactly what I was about to say. How did you know? Because you say this every time a new anime comes out. You say it's the best thing you've ever seen in your entire life. Every time a new anime comes out. Have you not noticed that? Bro, you need to watch My Hero Academia. It's the best thing I've ever seen in my life. It's already better than Naruto, and there's only 2 seasons. Shh, man, listen. Bro, why is you in here watching this garbage ass My Hero crybaby ass bitch ass Deku shit, bro? You need to watch Demon Slayer. Oh my God, did you see that fight where he just fought that spider? I've never seen anything like it, bro. Best anime I've ever seen in my life. I know you ain't in here watching Demon Slayer when you could be watching Chainsaw Man. Are you stupid? Bro, I knew that was the best anime I ever seen in my life as soon as I saw the first episode. Like, wow! I know you ain't in here watching CGI Saw Man when you could be watching Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2. The best anime I've ever seen, and we got nothing to talk about, bro. I've never seen anything like it, bro. Bro, them fights! Bro, I swear to God, on everything I love. I catch you watching Jupiter Kaiba again and not Freerin. Everything about it is perfect, bro. It made me want to cry, man. Freerin. That's why it's on top of my anime list, because it is the best anime of all time. There's no question. Bro, there's this garbage ass, trash, terrible, horrible anime called Freerin. Don't worry about that or watch it. You need to watch Dan. It's the best anime that ever was created, bro. It's no discussion. So there, you see? All right. I get it. I mean, I guess you can't take my word for it. You don't know how committed I am to the idea that 2B Hero X is the best anime of all time, because I've said it too many times. So I have to show you how serious I am. Hey, what are you doing with that? Oh!
I have just placed a condition on my heart. And now, if I say any anime is better than 2B Hero X within the next month, if I even believe it in my heart, I'll die. Okay, alright, look, if you're willing to take it that far, then maybe 2B Hero X is like, might be the best anime. Like, I really feel your conviction now. Yeah. I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm gonna keep watching this, so. What is this that you're watching, by the way? Wait. You haven't seen Solo Leveling yet? Yeah, it kind of seemed generic to me. I know everybody was talking about it, but I guess I didn't see the appeal, so I just kind of skipped it. You know what? I might as well check it out right now. No, don't look! Don't look! It's big. No! I told you not to look! This is the best anime happens in my life. Bro, I thought everybody's seen Solo Leveling. Idiot. Oh.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
I personally don't believe it. Even with steroids, this kind of transformation, this kind of physique is very rare. Do you all agree with me? It's very unbelievable, seeing as only 1 in how much?
A million.
A million could do it. And so, if you're a betting man, you're taking the odds. 1 in a million chance. But do you know what is a great bet to take right now? If Hussein Farhat fails a drug test, you get $100,000. It costs about $1,000 to do the drug test. That's 100 to 1 odds for those of you who have IQs of 79. All you guys who want to make money, like this guy, he's got a lot of followers, start a GoFundMe and collect the money. And when you get $1,000, you then pay for the test. And when you win 100,000, you can give it back to all your wonderful subscribers. Say, everyone that chips in, I'm going to pay 10x what you give me. That's an amazing scheme if I ever saw one. I think I would contribute.
Yeah, that's assuming Hussein Farhat would give him the money.
But then it's a conflict of interest. It'll be like Greg Bice did. Like, I literally want to pay for Hussein's test. I called Hussein today. I don't like all this going on. Hey, I want you to do a drug test. It's like, yeah, well, I'm down. But like, if you pay for the drug test and you go over the blood work, people are going to say that you're lying. I'm like, yeah, but the first time you asked me to go over it, I wasn't friends with you. I didn't know you. I didn't do any of this. And then I went over the test and everyone said I'm covering for you. And so we need someone else. So maybe Derek can do it. And then when Derek says he's natural, then I don't know, TNF could do it. And like, we just keep going from one person to person. But hey, this is good. But y'all know why I wrote that comment, right? I wanted to go viral. 4D chess with all of you. I want people to accuse Hussein of being a fake natty. I want you to accuse me. I want all the accusations. Togi put it best. To get famous, you want 50% of people to love you and 50% to hate you. And why? Because the comments, they go crazy. Look at this guy. How do you think he's getting so many views? The comments are going crazy. Oh, Coach Greg's a bad person. Coach Greg's a liar. Hussein's a liar. Downfall of Coach Greg. Downfall of Hussein. And then everyone goes viral. And so this man who put on 50 pounds in 3 years, he also understands the game. And so he's making this video knowing it's going to get views. And that's why he made that video saying, Coach Greg is threatening to sue me when I actually didn't, which is also libel when you make accusations.
If you won the lottery, would you buy a tank? Probably not, because they're extremely difficult to maintain and they break down constantly.
And so if I give somebody some friendly advice, hey, in the future, be careful when you make videos, because if you deliberately lie about somebody, it's actually known as libel. And say, I'm going to sue, but then they make the video. And so if you, for example, start a video and say, Hussein Farhat is a pathological liar.
This is Hussein Farhat, a pathological liar.
That is a clear and concise statement. But if it isn't true, it isn't true. Now, if you say, there's no way I believe that Hussein Farhat is natural, that's completely different than saying, he is a pathological liar. He is a snake oil salesman. He is a this. Those are very accusatory statements. Instead of saying, I think, I believe, this leads me to believe, this is what I think is going on. So I'm just trying to teach him.
It is simply not achievable naturally and definitely not in only 3 years.
I said it's very rare, him saying not achievable natural. 1 in a
million.
1 in a million. Very rare. Doesn't mean it's not possible.
I genuinely believe Hussein didn't try training natty for a single day and that he started juicing from day 1.
And so that statement, totally fair. I believe that Hussein Farhat started taking steroids on day 1. To make that transformation, I think he started blasting on day 1. Nothing wrong with that. That's what he believes. Nothing wrong with that.
He literally says that before he started working out, he put off starting his gym journey because he knew it was going to be a long process and didn't want to wait. This is why he ended up taking a shortcut.
That is the biggest stretch I've ever seen in my life. Hussein Farhat said, you know, it's going to be a long journey to put on all this muscle. Because why? Well, he probably watched Coach Greg videos. He probably watched other people make videos. And most people take 10 years to put on a decent amount of muscle. And so he thought, you know, probably going to take me years to develop this kind of physique. And then so he decided, hey, I want to get girls. I want to look good. I may as well start training right now. And to his surprise, his amazement, he was a 1 in a million. Do you think he expected to put on 40 pounds of muscle in 2 years or whatever amount of time that it was? Of course not. It just happened. Do you think I expected to be a 5'6" manlet my entire life when I was 5'6" at 13? Absolutely not. I thought I'd keep growing, but yet I didn't.
I've been doing this for 2.5 years now, and I went from 120-ish pounds, and I'm 182, 83 now.
And so as you're watching this video unfold, you're hearing me say, I don't believe that you're natural. I'm very skeptical. I can't wait to go over your blood work. Does that sound like somebody that's lying and covering up for him? I mean, you see my facial reaction. You see me calling him out in public. We weren't best friends before this. We literally just met up at the gym. That's how much muscle I put in my whole life. He was able to do it in 2 years. So I don't know how he's going to prove me wrong. I believed he was a fake natty. I said it to his face. Not many people have the balls to do this. I talk to you. I'm going to say the same thing to you that I would say online in person. Jeff Seed, would you say he was natural as a teenager or enhanced?
I would say he's not.
The reason that we know Jeff Seed wasn't natural as a teenager, or at least we think he's not, is because he had 20 pounds more muscle as a teenager than he does right now. Last I checked, you don't get to your natural genetic limit as a teen. Your muscles, they keep getting bigger until you're perhaps in your 30s. But if you suddenly peak as a teenager, and then every year as you get older, you lose muscle, it's indicative of you went on something back then. Now, if Hussein...
The one excuse you can make for Jeff's side is he probably got addicted to drugs. Something got leaked where he did like MDMA or something, and then after the MDMA trip, he had a really, really severe depression for a year or two, and he gained a fuck ton of weight and shit, and I could imagine that impacting your training, nutrition, sleep. So he may have lost muscle just because he was training far less.
Can you please debate this twerp? While your reaction would be funny to the whole debate, I get it if you don't want to. Skip to 3025 for his main retarded ass argument. This same loser avoids destiny.
3025.
Be called
value. But like the point I was saying is that, again,
So it's not
the reason
species-
why humans have value, listen, the reason why humans have value is because they are, that species meets a threshold of rationality. So all sentient members of that species get granted that value regardless of whether or not they have rationality. Because they have the
because
property
they're a species.
of being human and being sentient, which human is granted value because of the fact that it meets the threshold.
Humans are rational, you say.
Three.
So we got some
Good D. Get that thing.
Yeah.
The rationality.
Let me explain to you.
I was just finishing
What
finishing
you're
my view,
saying-
but you have to constantly cut me off.
What you're saying is that if there was a being who was just like me but had green skin, was a different species, you would still slaughter that person and put them in a gas chamber. Is that what you're saying?
No, because they have these characteristics that I value, and I can grant that species value on a second standard.
What if they're okay? What's the other value? The rationality?
Yeah, it would be that their species also meets the threshold of rationality.
What if this was a mentally disabled species? Would you?
So we're essentially just talking about like what if we were to say like salmon, right? Like if they just turned into a salmon.
What if there is a species that looked just like me but had green skin?
Appreciate the interest. Thank you so much. And they're not rational. None of them are rational. They essentially are like salmon.
Would you slaughter?
But they look like you.
Yep, they look just like me, but they had green skin. They're a different species.
I could grant them value on aesthetic reasons.
Aesthetic reasons?
Yes, you could grant them value on aesthetic reasons. But would it be to the same value as I grant humans? No.
So what you're saying is you're going to
because they don't have. They're not. None of them are rational.
So what you're saying,
This kid's like a faggot beta male twink. Like, I don't give a shit what he thinks. It's just... I don't care about debating any of these fucking people anymore. They're all the most disingenuous fucktards. Like, they don't believe what they're saying. They're just rationalizing backwards from something that they want to justify. They're not... They don't have this line of... Like, they don't actually think about, you know, their values and what their actions contribute to, and then come to a moral conclusion based on that. They rationalize backwards where, oh, I want to eat meat. How do I use some mental gymnastics to justify eating meat, even though it clearly conflicts with some of my values? That's what they all do, and I don't care. I just do not give a shit anymore. Like, again, that kid is like a weak little twerp loser fucking twink. I couldn't fucking care less. Like, I'd rather, like, have a boxing match with that dipshit than, like, bother wasting my time letting some weak little loser, you know, waste hours of my fucking time on some nonsense bullshit that he doesn't even believe in. So if that guy's down to have, like, a boxing match or something with me, sure, I'll take him up on it, because at least then I can hurt him. I can get something out of it. If I were to just debate him, it would just be nothing but a waste of fucking time. Thanks for the donation, I'm fucking bored.
Farhat suddenly lost all his muscle. If he was 184 pounds right now, and next year he's 164 pounds with the same amount of body fat, you'd be saying, whoa. What happened? How did you lose all that muscle? That would indicate bro is not natural.
Correctly calling David Lade a fake natty, but insisting that his own physique...
Yeah, buddy, you're a retard if you'd get an RTX 3050. It's just stupid. Like, what games are you going to play on it? Fucking Sega Genesis?
Transformation was done naturally, when his is more impressive than what David Lade was able to do in that time frame, is just so shameless.
Yeah, but the difference is David Lade literally admitted that he's taking peptides. And he also put on, I think it was 80 pounds on his bench press when he was a teenager. And he's weaker now in his 20s than he was in his teens. And so, since when do teenagers get stronger and peak as teens and get weaker into their 20s? And so, if David Lade had continued to get bigger, put on more muscle and get bigger, well, you'd say, hey, he's just perhaps 1 in a million.
After all of this, something changed, because Hussein sent Greg a singular blood panel.
Exactly. Everything changed when I looked at his blood work, of which you can trace back for likely about 3 months. If it had been just a drug test, he could have just stopped taking whatever he was taking. And so, for example, if he had stopped taking Anavar, which might only stay in his system for 3 weeks, or stopped taking Testpro, perhaps only a couple of weeks, he could have cycled off. But remember, he did the blood test a day or 2 later. He didn't have time to cycle off. We have to conclude 100% natural.
So that's it, right? Hussein milled Greg's blood work, Greg analyzed it, and it all checked out. Hussein is 100% natty. Wrong.
Why does he say wrong? When I made that video, I said Hussein is natural right now. At least for the 3 months prior to that, we know he was natural, because if he wasn't, it would have been proven in his blood work. Now, does that mean he couldn't have been on steroids when he was 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21? Nope. It doesn't prove any of that. And so, is it in fact possible that Hussein Farhat went on steroids the first day he joined the gym and stopped at least 3 months before doing the blood work? Absolutely, of course it's possible.
He's not on these things. He's clearly natural. Based on the blood work, based on the evidence, this guy, 1 in a million genetics.
What I said is, Hussein Farhat, you have to think he's 100% natural. Now, if he had stopped taking steroids, SARMs, whatever, 3 months prior to doing that blood work, would it not make sense that he would have lost muscle leading into the test? Now, here's how it works when you take steroids. SARM, anything. While you're on them, you put on a shit ton of muscle and strength. Your body is here, and you take steroids, and it goes up very, very quickly. It's insane. You're so strong and so huge.
That's what she said.
And then when you stop taking the steroids, your body, it regresses and you get weaker. But at the time of the blood work, his body hadn't regressed. And so I'm thinking, well, he's been natural for 3 months, he has all this muscle, and so how am I supposed to explain this? And so I said, you know what would really shut people up? If you entered a drug-tested bodybuilding competition and literally won the competition, and if you offered $50,000 to anyone to come and test you at any time during the year, don't care if it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, anytime. And so a number of times we wrote this. Hey, tell us where to go, we'll show up. No one took him up on his offer. $50,000. I mean, if you're sure he's going to fail the drug test, why not take him up on the offer? What's it going to cost you? $1,000 and you're going to make $50? But then the excuses are, I'm a poor student, I can't afford to drug test Hussein. Then find someone who can. Call up Togi right now. Get on the phone. Everyone message Togi. He's a gambling man. Togi, if you can prove that Hussein Farhat is not natural, you win 100 bandos. And so when Hussein dieted for this competition and won, if he had been natural this entire time, remember, he had cycled off, would he have not have lost all of his muscle while dieting? Or not perhaps all, but a lot of it? Did you not see his crazy strided triceps? Bro was peeled. If he was on steroids to get that physique and then went 100% natural, how did he maintain all of that muscle?
Greg throws skepticism out of the window and instantly accepts a singular blood panel as proof of natty status. Do you see the contradiction?
Did I not say anyone can come test him at any...
H donated $2.
Are you on job? Are you on the job? Are you on the job?
Are you on the job? Get on the car and show you. You show me the job. Yeah, better make it cool. Love you.
I just lost all my money on Black Pearl scratch card from London's in Loughborough because the shopkeeper knows where the winning scratch cards are going to be, and when he sees the winning one, he takes it out and he puts it on the counter to keep it for himself.
Cat park there, mate.
Hey pal, any chance of a fucking push over, please pal?
This is exactly how it feels to watch you game sometimes, ha ha.
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi. Dude, there has to be a lot of inbreeding in the UK.
Nah, lad, you're not. Hey, stop, yeah? Laffy, listen to me, brother. Hit the park gates, lad.
Are you?
When I was a kid, a girl sucked my ting in here, you get what I'm saying? In this very park, right here, at night time.
I'm willing to bet all the money that I have that there's no place that matches the UK's weird energy. Social media has started recommending me like the weirdest accounts, man. But I'm just hooked.
It's morning! I'm a rich man, the producers owe me billions, brother.
We say my Chief Bin Laden in the house, yeah?
I'm sure everyone has one account that's a little bit niche and out of the box, a little bit off colour, you know, a little bit quirky.
Get your gin and golden socks merchandise like the best looking boy in Medway, yeah? I got glasses and I look better looking than you. You get what I'm saying, G?
Then they're over, because I'll be your soldier.
I know you've got Has anyone done anything? I wear glasses, brother. I'm in boys' faces like, what I want, what you gonna do, brother? They ain't doing nothing. No one does nothing. When I'm face to face, I was at KFC. All the shit they've been putting on Instagram and Facebook about me, yeah? When we was face to face, none of them said nothing.
So this.
I don't know what I have to do without you. I just love to feel I'm happy and to be all the time around you. Every morning and every day, every night in my dreams. Until I wake up the next morning and make sure that you never leave me alone. Having your happiness. Just remember. Happiness is right here.
Just remember.
I really wonder what it's like being dumb. Like, can they watch a movie or TV show and like actually genuinely enjoy it, or do they just like see a color they like and they're like, green? Like, it's really weird.
Everywhere, happiness.
Just remember.
You can find happiness.
Just remember.
You can feel happiness.
Just remember.
You can live, you can dream happiness.
Just remember.
You can choose, feel that high.
Just remember.
Happiness for everyone. Just remember.
Just remember.
Remember where you come from, those good times, all those fun, all those joys. Remember summertime, remember those birthdays, remember all those friends. Just remember.
Remember.
How to feel I'm happy and to be all the time.
New York!
Alright, that's nice and weird. Thanks for the donation, H.
Alright, this ain't looking good, but all I have to do is parry his next attack, and I'm good. So I just gotta lock in, and I got this. Alright, here he come, here he come.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
What the hell is that? Man, why is he not swinging? How am I supposed to parry this? Bruh, Is this nigga trolling me?
Ah!
Man, this some bullshit. What am I supposed to react to?
Nobody winds up like that, nigga. Come on. Nigga, swing! Goddamn! Oh my God, can you please telegraph this in a reasonable way? Fuck! Alright, you just trying to trip me up, huh? Okay, I'm not letting you trip me up. I'm gonna be patient.
Yeah, I just gotta lock in and just keep my eye fixed on that right arm, right? And then as soon as he start to move...
Bullshit! Bullshit! How was I supposed to bury that? How? How?
Hey,
Yeah, that's literally me playing games.
man, I can't wait to see this dude try to parry my attacks like a...
Oh, Gum Gum, is there a bug? Oh, there's a beetle flying around. Gum Gum's trying to get it. Oh, did you get it, Gum Gum? Where's that bug? Oh, he's flying around here. Oh my God. Where'd the bug go? Get the bug. Oh my God. Where'd that bug go? Get the bug. Oh, he's doing the kekakesh. Oh. Oh my God. Yeah, you'll find that bug. Don't worry.
Alright, this is like my 30th time fighting this dude. If I can't beat him, I'm trash.
Ooh, I know what I'm gonna hit him with first. He ain't gonna know when to parry this. Yeah. Wait, is this nigga counting? Yo! Ah! No! This nigga's cheating! Bro, how did he... Nah, he had to get lucky. Nah, that's luck. I'm about to hit him with something crazy he ain't never seen before. Yeah. Flinch! Flinch! Bro! No, he ain't falling for none of this! What? No! Wow! No, he did! He cheated!
Come on, man! Quit playing with me! Quit playing with me!
No.
Is Doom the Dark Ages good if a person plays it on console? If you're a filthy casual and you only play on console, you'll probably enjoy it. It's not like it's a bad game, but it's just nowhere near as good as Doom Eternal. And, again, if you're a pathetic, filthy, you know, subhuman casual, you probably won't notice the, like, gameplay imbalances and shit, and you're probably just gonna look at all the nice colors and explosions and have fun. But it's nowhere near as good as Doom Eternal.
Oh, bro, somebody done leaked my fucking techniques, man.
Hey, look, I got one more thing to say to you before you die.
I don't know what he yapping about, man. This damage got my allergies acting up.
Nigga, bless you.
Did he just say bless you? What? What? This nigga feels my feet! How? How did he know this nigga cheating?
Alright, so before you guys...
Alright, guys, be ready. He hits really hard. He does a lot of damage. Alright, guys, he's coming in for another attack. It could be any of us, so be ready, guys. It could be any of us. Okay, it was me again. And if he hits you in your chest, it feels like you got punched by a gorilla. Alright guys, he's coming in for another attack. It's most likely going to be one of you guys, so be ready to use protect or evade, okay?
Turn-based RPGs are fucking bullshit.
hey, just be ready for this attack, man. Brace yourself. It's not that bad. You know, you're gonna have a little internal bleeding, cough in your chest, but you know, it happens to all of us. You know, we're a part. Okay. Hold this. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, you want to hit me? Come on, what's up? What's up, man? Let's fight. What's up? You wanted the ones, right? You wanted the ones, right? What's up, man? You a bitch. You act like a bitch for real. What you talking about now, man? What you talking about now, man? What's up?
Okay, thank you, Sokeashi.
Anytime. And why do you think I told him to do drug-tested competition? He could have entered a non-tested competition. Then what do you have all said? Oh, notice, he enters a non-tested show. Why do you think that is? Because he hopped on. And so he enters a drug-tested bodybuilding competition. He gets his blood work done on a random day with no advance notice, passes everything. But that's not enough. And so Derek, Hussein is calling you out. Now, myself and Derek, we have beef. He sells fake Ajuga Turkistanica. You can say that's libel if you want, but I have proof that it's not real, and so I can say it as much as I want. And so he's not going to sue me because I have the receipts. He's been third-party testing. It's not Ajuga Turkistanica. And so if you want actual Turk Builder Max, you know where to get it from Coach Greg. Do I look like I'm selling snake oil? Derek, test Hussein. Do we look like we're worried? And Derek doesn't need the $100,000. He's probably making $10 million plus from having Merrick Health. But hey, if he wants to make a quick $100,000 by testing Hussein Farhat, proving that he's a fake natty, then by all means. I mean, he took up Andrew Tate for only $50,000. This is double that. And Hussein has double the muscle of Andrew Tate. And so where's the test, Derek? Let's see it. Do y'all want Derek from More Plates, More Dates to randomly at any time during the year, multiple times, to test him? Do we look nervous? I can't wait till we get to the mic drop moment where we prove that Hussein is a fake natty. But hey, let's keep watching the video.
What he simply could have done is gotten a friend of his who is natty to take a blood test at the same time as he did, and then simply copy his name from his own blood work and Photoshop it onto his friend's clean blood work.
So perhaps he has an identical twin that hasn't yet been verified. I mean, he got a friend to go in and say, hey friend, are you natural? Okay, I want you to go in with my ID, get your blood work done in the Canadian healthcare system, scam the government, and send the fake results to Coach Greg so that we can trick Coach Greg into proving that he's natural. That's what he's suggesting. I mean, the odds of him doing that are perhaps 1 in a million.
Greg just immediately accepts one singular blood test and against all common logic starts parading Hussein around as a natty phenom.
So Hussein Farhat Canadian? Is it Hussein or Usain?
Who's
How the fuck is this guy making Lamborghini money? Don't recognize the gym. I don't know where he's training at. I don't know if he's like out in the Midwest or something. He is in Canada.
Hussein Farhat, the 22-year-old natural bodybuilder known for...
And so why doesn't he talk about the fact that he entered a drug-tested bodybuilding competition? Is it because that doesn't fit his narrative? When you think
I watched all the videos you linked me.
you have a mic drop on Coach Greg, you have to analyze everything because I am playing 4D chess with all of you. I'm literally Nick Avocado, only not literally him.
2 steps ahead. Why would Greg just immediately take this dubious blood work at face value when he should obviously know better? Well, what's the single biggest motivator for anything in this world? Money.
Money? Bro has never had sex before. He said the biggest motivator is money. No. I would be more motivated to live longer than last time, to improve my power on my bicycle. Money is not the biggest motivator.
Greg didn't just sign Hussein to a supplement.
Money is by far Greg's biggest motivator. Again, this guy was selling black market steroids and smuggling them across the border from the US to Canada. Was he doing that for the good of mankind, or was he doing that for money? Him selling turkesterone, which has no proven efficacy whatsoever, and it just has a lot of hype. Was he doing that, again, to benefit humanity or to make money? You can also see the way he talks about a lot of shit. He was on a podcast complaining about the taxes that he had to pay on his McLaren. There was like some sort of wealth or luxury tax. Like, this guy is primarily financially motivated.
Supplement company as an ambassador, he has made Hussein a co-owner of his company. This just goes to show that Greg is incredibly eager.
I watched every single link you gave me, dude. And I watched them all the way through.
For his incredible transformation. How does it feel to have, like,
to have and keep Hussein on board?
He's thinking ahead. He's thinking, this is what happened. So Greg met this young phenom, this 1 in a millionaire, who somehow scammed him, lied to him, sent him fake blood work from his friend, proved that he was a natural, and then what Coach Greg did, he signed him to his team and in no way ever wanted to have any chance that he could be tested ever again. No one can say he's a fake natty. Or if they do, I'll sue them. If that was actually true, that would make a lot of sense. I mean, I'm thinking about it, I'm putting myself in this guy's shoes, and I'm thinking, okay, I can see why he thinks that, because if Hussein was lying and it came to fruition, it would hurt my business tremendously, and so I wouldn't want that to happen. And so why would I have written that original comment on your wall when you had 150 views? Why would I bother to help promote your channel? When I write a comment on somebody's wall, I know it helps them to go viral. And so now that
So Greg's cope right now for somehow coming across a tiny YouTuber and whining and complaining in their comment section is, I was just trying to help you, bro.
That you know that I'm just as smart, as possibly even smarter than you, that I might even be 4D chessing you right now. Think about it. Why would I even respond in this video? Why am I making this video right now? I could have let it die out. If I had not written that comment, if I had not...
Kid Boo, donate $2. I don't really have an interest in watching solo leveling. I'm kind of sick of all these big, flashy, lightsaber, magic anime fights where people shoot glowing green orbs and super magic sword. It all looks the same to me. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Reacted in this video. You would have had possibly maybe a week of fame. People would talk about you for a week, and then the next thing would come along. Somebody turns pro, somebody fails a drug test, somebody else does something. It always takes place. I mean, think of it. People right now don't even care that Derek is selling fake Ajuga Turkestanica that had 0.36 milligrams of turkesterone in. People don't even care that the Liver King was a fake natty. People don't care. They move on with their lives. And so if I didn't want your video to go viral, I would have prevented it from going viral. But I allowed it and, in fact, helped it. And why? So that I could make this video, so that Hussein could make his video, so that we can challenge the world. You really think Hussein Farhat's a fake natty? You don't believe he's a 1 in a million. I know you don't trust me because, right? And so who wants to reap the reward? Blood work, it isn't days, it's months. And so if he gets his blood work taken, which is way more indicative of using performance-enhancing drugs than a drug test, well, we'll have the proof he doesn't have the time to, like, all these great, wonderful things. We need it. Can't wait for it to go viral.
All right, well, that's Greg.
Hundreds of thousands of people think that you're not natural.
I honestly love it. But some people just hate to hate, bro. I was really skinny, but like I said, I used to game, so I wasn't really moving.
Yeah. It just makes you wonder sometimes, you know, because I guess the first thing I want to ask first is what was like your history? What was your history before you started lifting? What was your past like? What were the activities that you did?
Okay.
What did you enjoy the most?
Yeah. So I've actually, like my dad used to train a lot, my brother as well. So I used to go to the gym like when I was 14, 15, but like it was like maybe once every couple of months just to be with them, you know, activity. But I used to be a big gamer. So I would sit down, just game for 8-10 hours a day for like, you know, really long periods.
Nigga. Shut up.
Really skinny. Like I had good genetics.
Yeah, dumbass. I got a fucking community guideline strike because that, well, not technically a strike, a warning, because that stupid shit. Don't do that.
Obviously from after, you know, if I look back now, but I was just sitting down and not really moving, but I was really skinny at the same time. So yeah, that was mainly what I used to do was like really gaming, but I had the knowledge just from going with them, you know, a few times, a couple months, I would hear, know, and learn. So this is why I think I was able to see really fast results, is just the fact that I had the knowledge when I first started.
Real quick, guys.
Yeah.
So while I was looking at the YouTube analytics, I actually
He was showing me like the gear and stuff that he has.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm like, I could just take this and I'll be I'll be good. But yeah.
How tempting is it for you?
Honestly, not really. Like, I don't plan on competing, and I love the message that I push in my content, which is like, stay natural. You can do it yourself. And like, the reason I started training obviously was I was looking at like David Lade, Lex Little.
Got a gym membership that's 24/7. Dope. May you make many gains.
You know, all these people that are like, well, natural from what they say. But then it just gave me that sense of like, oh, okay, I can do it too. You know, if they're natural and they're here, like, I can also achieve that. So I got started. Gambling is fine, for example. Not throwing shots, right? But
no, we won't be doing any of that.
like, that's one thing I love, like, that I try to do, is like really push the natural side. Obviously, I can't talk about gear because, you know, I don't know what it feels like, or like I obviously know the negatives just from, you know, people that have done it before. But I have people, for example, like, as strong as I try to push my message, I have people that I know personally, like, that saw videos of people that are like promoting the good sides about it, and they're 17, they hopped on MK or Test or whatever, and you know, it's like, even if there is that information like out there, I think if you're promoting the good sides about taking gear, in my opinion, it's kind of like promoting just taking gear.
Yeah.
Do you see it that way too, or like, what do you feel about that?
If you feel like any of the medications that we spoke about today may benefit you, such as BPC 157, GH secreted, and your competitive journey too.
Journey about like Instagram and everything?
Yeah. Just your entire Instagram journey, social media, bodybuilding.
Yeah, good question. I would say it's just improving. I wouldn't say like I'm a bodybuilder. Like, obviously I did a show and everything, but I don't take it too seriously. My goal is just to grow things. And that's why I don't really have, you know, I'm partnered with HLT. I'm doing my own clothing brand. I like to do my own things. So I think the thing that brings me the most anxiety is just performing and just doing.
I think you have a really awesome perspective for someone that's 22 years old, honestly. I haven't really heard very many people around your age that I feel like I can really relate to and connect to in terms of a multitude of things related to like fulfillment and about like our purposes in life and what we're doing.
Boring. If you were putting, would you leave the flag stick in or out? Well, I'd take it out. It prevents the ball from going in. Ugh. Fuck.
Chiropractor, where do you hold your stress? Facts. Facts on facts on facts. By the way, there's no way that those are the actual shoulders. I think there's some kind of device there. We turtle at crime, human leg being open. Because I've opened humans' cadavers, and this is not what they look like. They're not chalky on the inside.
Here's this week's exercise to keep your brain nimble and build those super highways.
Well, that's true. The brain does actually build super form, but not terrible either. I've seen that.
Stimulates the brain.
A little hint.
There's a lot of gay people. No one else has made a video about that bike yet.
So I'm watching episode 5 of The Last of Us Season 2, slumped in my chair, bored almost to sleep by a show I am completely checked out of. And my wife walks into my study and asks, "What the hell are you watching?" "The Last of Us," I reply, to which she responds, "Oh, I thought you were watching a YouTube video of a 12-year-old girl continuously talking." Episode 5 of The Last of Us Season 2 is perhaps the worst written episode of a TV series I have seen this year. The opening scene alone could be used as a textbook example of how not to open an episode of a series, or indeed any piece of media. Two strong female characters, Beverly from Hannibal and Commander Midge, sit in an office having a boring, static conversation with one another about an operation that went badly because the personnel involved came across fungal spores and got infected. None of this is shown, all of it is exposited over the course of a 4-minute conversation. Two almost identical characters the audience has never seen before, talking harmoniously about characters the audience has never heard of. None of these characters will have any dramatic, thematic, world-building or narrative impact on the episode or the show at all. The only useful thing this intro does is inform the viewer that the fungal infection is now airborne. To demonstrate how bizarre and jarring this is, I'm going to use the intro blueprint from The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 5 to create an
Dodo Tellers, how long do you give it until Frank discovers Islam, becomes a fundamentalist Sunni Muslim, and moves to Yemen? That usually seems to happen with these people. Watch. I don't think he'd do that because he'd get killed because he's gay. Gummy, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah, I've already seen this. Somebody sent me this yesterday. And of course he's not going to do anything about it. Yeah, Macron's wife is a fucking bitch. I don't know if he cheated on her or something, but seems like a fucking bitch thing to do. Yeah, he tried to play it off as, oh, it was just a joke or whatever, but it clearly wasn't. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
intro to a popular 90s TV show. Oh, dude, did you hear? Stevie totally fucked Belle.
Belle? Who's that?
The chick who looks like a potato.
Oh, dude. Well, he's Irish, so I guess it makes sense.
Bruh. Dude, so I got this great idea. I'm gonna get a potato and draw a face on it and tape it to his locker and write the words potato dick under it.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Gummy. There we go. Why'd that happen? The fuck?
Let me resend the videos you didn't watch till the end, since you have the timestamp now.
Just give me a second, okay? Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi. There we go. Fuck. We literally already watched that whole thing. Okay, I'll watch the rest of these. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi. Lord Sakai, $20. How is LA so corrupt? Trump shall fix, surely.
The Little Red Devils, and the Jump Out Boys. The Jump Out Boys. Now, if I didn't know any better, I'd say these were just some new gangbanging cliques made up by teenagers with guns, but no. If you live in Los Angeles County, then you know.
I'll look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation. Booty come donate $2. Gross. Fucking asshole.
How are these people considered doctors? Do they even know what they are talking about at all?
Our carnivore diets, good for you. Oh, you know what they are? Eating all meat, only meat, fats, no vegetables, no fruits. Well, the fact is they are good for you if you stay on them for short periods of time. As a matter of fact, one of the things, and if you spoke to my doctors that I train and have for many years, we would tell you that we utilize carnivore diets, especially with conditions like autoimmune, thyroid conditions.
Yeah, just like how cigarettes are good for you for short periods of time.
But we don't recommend people staying on them for long periods of time, which has become popular. Why? Because people do feel better when they go on these carnivore diets because they lack something called plant toxins. And plant toxins like lectins, phytates, and oxalates, which many people are reacting to, that drive autoimmune. Well, when you get rid of those, you actually...
They have no evidence that those things cause autoimmune symptoms.
actually feel better and downregulate inflammation.
These people are just fucking retards, dude.
You would have to eat 25 cups of kale every day to get enough zinc. You would have to eat 4
Well, then maybe don't eat only kale to get zinc.
cups of dry beans or 10 cups of cooked beans to get enough zinc every day.
Then maybe don't only get zinc from that source.
You would have to eat 4 cups of dry lentils or 10 cups of cooked lentils every day to get enough zinc. You would have to eat 2 cups of pumpkin seeds to get enough zinc. Getting enough
You know, it seems like if you were to eat a reasonable amount of all of these foods, you'd be fine when it comes to zinc intake. Maybe don't eat only one single food.
zinc is essential for optimal levels of testosterone, a healthy immune system, and a strong gut. The problem with trying to get your zinc from plant foods is that these foods generally don't contain a lot of zinc, and the zinc in these foods is not very bioavailable.
This is like saying you'd have to eat 100 pounds of butter to get your daily intake of zinc. Like, okay, I'm not really trying to get zinc from butter.
Because of other anti-nutrients, phytic acid, oxalates, etc.
Yeah, here we go, anti-nutrients. Buddy, you look like an emaciated crack addict.
In these foods that prevent zinc absorption by your body. Even though the nutrition label might say you're going to get 10 milligrams of zinc from 25 cups of kale or 10 cups of cooked lentils, you're not going to even absorb that much zinc from those foods. But there's good news here. You only have to eat 6 ounces of red meat to get your daily requirement of zinc, 10 milligrams. And the zinc in red meat is very bioavailable. All the zinc in this meat is going straight into your body.
There is not a 100% bioavailability of zinc in red meat.
So, yet again, red meat is a superfood when it comes to testosterone.
There's no such thing as a superfood. Meat does not increase testosterone.
Immune health, and
don't even bother sending me this trash, dude. Like, yeah, we get it. We know, like... Been doing this for like 10 years now. Like, yeah, we get it. Okay. Like, all these people are grifters. They're liars. They're wrong about everything. We get it. Do you need me to tell you for the fucking 150,000th time that, yeah, you don't need to get zinc from meat? Did you get it now? Do I have to tell you again? Whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude.
What is this? I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him. Well, I'm gonna keep watching. Ooh. Deal. Yo, this show is great. No! No, he did not just say that! No, he did not just say that! Did you hear that? What now? He just said goodbye. Okay. In the source material, he said see you later. That implies he's gonna see them again. It's key foreshadowing. This is what I'm talking about, man. This shit trash! Oh, no! I know that. I know I ain't seeing what I'm seeing. I know I ain't seeing what I'm... Nah. Hell no, he missing hair follicles. He missing hair follicles, nigga. You know what, man? Listen. You are complaining about things that are not even worth complaining about, okay? I know maybe it skipped some content. Maybe things are a little bit different. Maybe the hair is a little bit slightly to the left when it was a little bit to the right. Okay. But listen, you gotta just enjoy them as two separate experiences, man. Okay, just because you read the source material doesn't mean everything needs to be exactly the same. Okay? It's something new and different. So why don't you just forget everything you know about the source material and just watch it as its own experience and try to enjoy it. Yo, what are you doing? Say this shit trash right now. Say this shit trash right now! Put the gun down, man. It's not that serious. Say this shit trash right now, or I'm gonna kill you and the people who made this trash ass adaptation. Come on, man, put the gun down. 3.
I got a type. Velma with fit body and booty. Forgot his name, but is he peddling veganism?
Yeah, what's up?
So I'm trying this new exercise, and I was just wondering, how much do you weigh?
127 and a half.
Perfect. Can you hold this for me for a sec?
Yeah, sure.
I won't. Okay?
Are on. Lol, you okay, man? I know you've been debunking anti-vegan bullshit for years, and so I get the irritation of reacting to the same tired bullshit. But you seem to be especially fed up to the point that you're shaming your own audience for sharing it, Dafook.
I'm just tired. Just not in the greatest mood and I'm tired. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Oh, no. Don't do him like that. Oh, no. Oh, my God. He can't live that, can he? Oh. Wait, can he regenerate? No, he can't regenerate. Oh, he was such a cool guy. Oh, no. Why? Man, hell no, man. Hell no, man. I gotta get. I've been hitting sense, do something if you really about it, then do something.
That's the one. That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna be ready for this.
Nah, this is gonna be
He
crazy.
ain't gonna know nothing about this.
He ain't gonna know nothing. Wait a minute. He just responded. Yeah, he just tweeted it out.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he dissed you, bro.
We ain't even put this out yet.
I don't know, bro. It's here.
No, that gotta be a mistake. Let me hear it.
All right, here you go, bro.
Ain't no way you can know.
Wanna hate on me? All right. I know he in the studio probably right now with his mouth open. Look, well, I got something for that. Listen, I already know that you made a diss. Hating on the nigga cause I'm making hits. Heard you fell in love with another stripper. The one I had seeing stars with my big dipper.
He fucked her.
Word is on the street is that you lame as hell. All you do is anime, this ain't no fairy tale.
I've never told him.
Bruh!
What's up, man?
Bruh, I thought we was going to get some chicken. You sitting in here looking all emo and shit, bruh. You good?
Nah, man, it's just been a real melancholy type of day, so I just been like sitting around for real, but I'm definitely trying to go with you.
All right, cool, let's go. Wait a minute. Melancholy? What the fuck you say?
It's not that crazy of a word.
Bro, what the fuck do that even mean, bro? You always using these.
I hate everyone and everything, so everyone must die!
Wow, you are a piece of garbage. Like, you really need to go down, because you just evil for no reason. Like,
No, you did not just say that. Do you know what my real name is?
what? I don't care what your real name is. What is that gonna change? That's not gonna give you a justification for acting the way that you are, bro. There's nothing that your name could be, so don't even say it.
My first and last name is You Failure. That's just what my parents decided to call me because my quirk just didn't work with my body. So they wanted me to always know that I was a failure.
Okay, that's all I need to hear. I'm on your side, so what are we doing?
You know, every time I took a test, I always got all F's.
The Compton Executioners, Los Banditos, the Little Red Devils, and the Jump Out Boys. The Jump Out Boys. Now, if I didn't know any better, I'd say these were just some new gangbanging cliques made up by teenagers with guns, but no. If you live in Los Angeles County, then you know that these are in fact gangs made by people with badges and qualified immunity from the law. Now, I ran across this fact, which has to be by far the scariest thing I've ever read while doing research for my last LA video. And when I first saw it, I was like, nah, that's cap. There's just no way. I grew up in the most corrupt city on this side of the planet, and I've never heard of anything like this. So I left it out knowing that if it was true, I'd have to make an entire video about it. And I still didn't want to believe it. Then I saw Channel 5 cover it, and I was like, nah, man, this cannot be true. That's when I did my own research, and per capita, Alaska, Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Colorado see more killings by law enforcement officers than California. But Los Angeles as a city is by far number one. And I said, okay, LA is more populous than any other city, so this would kind of make sense, right? Wrong. The New York City metro area has more people in it than the entire Los Angeles County, and New York still ranks lower than Phoenix and Chicago, both of which combined can fit inside New York City population-wise. In 2019, 8 deputies from the LA County Sheriff's Department filed a lawsuit against the Banditos, a clique of over 20 police officers out of the East Los Angeles County Sheriff's Station, alleging that the Hispanic-only clique has a stranglehold over the communities east of downtown. Former Sheriff Alex Villanueva claimed that nothing was going on except maybe a little hazing. And this is the same guy that saw Tiger Woods crash his SUV while traveling twice the speed limit, found an empty unlabeled pill bottle in the car and still didn't perform any blood or alcohol tests, and claims that it was just an accident. He's also been accused of obstructing investigations by a commander of the Sheriff's Department, as well as retaliating against whistleblowers and several other things. Then we have the Compton Executioners and the Jump Out Boys, both of which are alleged to be gangs based on racism due to violence and also the fact that the Executioners in particular don't allow black cops to join.
Can you repeat that question one more time, sir?
Do you have any ill feelings in general against African Americans?
21st donate $2. Can you react to less boring videos? I'm trying. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I have feelings for African Americans, sir.
What are your feelings?
They're just human beings, sir.
Did you hear my question, sir? Do you have any ill feelings toward African Americans?
I do, sir.
Okay. Tell me about your feelings.
In 2012, deputies Samuel Gomez and Joshua Eklund arrested Gilberto Gutierrez for possession of a controlled substance. They took him to his house for a search. That's when deputies David Chavez and Lauren Swanson allegedly cuffed him to a bed and shot him. I say allegedly because they were found not guilty by homicide detectives, and they say Gutierrez reached for one of their service weapons, but medical evidence from the coroner's office is consistent with Gutierrez just being stood over and executed. The two deputies also testified under oath that they went and got their Grim Reaper tattoos together 6 months after the incident, which this has been known as a symbol used by the Jump Out Boys. The county, clearly not willing to prosecute the deputies, offered Gutierrez's family $2 million to settle before it went to a jury. The family declined and ended up losing the case. There's even been studies done to prove that this gang membership may have something to do with the prevalence of spousal abuse in relationships involving police officers. Here's a video by a woman who dated a Reaper, catching him trying to use an object to try to manipulate her door to get it to open.
I'm going to.
This guy was fired and also rehired by the same Alex Villanueva I mentioned earlier. The Cavemen are another gang out of East Los Angeles, specifically Boyle Heights. They allegedly have a caveman mural on the wall of their conference room, and Sheriff Villanueva publicly acknowledged their existence, but he also stressed that he was never a member. The Linwood Vikings from the 90s were a white supremacist deputy gang out of the LASD stationed in the predominantly Hispanic city of Linwood, California, although I believe this station has now closed. But one of their symbols was 998, which is the police code for an officer-involved shooting. And every time I do a video on LA, the list of things that scare me about the city just continue to grow. Now, the Vikings are one of the most notorious of these deputy gangs because, among several things, they are accused of beating, killing, and illegally searching Latino and African-American residents of Linwood in order to terrorize and intimidate the community. And this is not a conspiracy theory. A lot of this is well documented, and this creates multiple problems. We have groups of people that believe every police brutality incident is justified because the ones they hear about are involved with criminals and gang members, and these same people are against gangs. I also don't stand with gangs. They are a detriment in every way to our community. But what happens when the police that are meant to serve and protect are also the gang members? We're not talking about street gangs. We're talking about gang members that can use their immunity to intimidate an entire area. When a country is at war and they conduct airstrikes in civilian areas, the damage is indiscriminate. Coming from an area that's notorious for gangs, I can tell you that only 1 to 10% of each neighborhood is actually affiliated. These deputy gangs, however, still prey on the entire area. If your neighbor is a criminal and you a hardworking 9-to-5 civilian, you can potentially be a target just because of where you are. And I've seen this everywhere. In the small white town I went to college in, like many small predominantly white cities, drugs are a huge problem. Yet anyone can be subject to harassment. If you've never been anywhere, you probably don't know this, but the small town white kids are much more afraid of the police than black and Latino kids in the city. But this is not what the police are meant to be. In Chicago, as a teenager, the police will hop out on us 5 deep while we're walking just to harass and search for weapons, despite the fact that none of us were gang members. But I can't fault the police anywhere for being cautious. It's a dangerous job and they are criminally underpaid. LA County is especially dangerous, and I've always heard the same police slander of the biggest gang on the streets being the cops, but this takes on a more literal meaning in LA. Like the more organized gangs back in the day, some of these deputy gangs can have initiation rituals that may involve taking a life in order to prove your worth, like a Sicario. In 2017 alone, police misconduct in LA cost $80 million to the taxpayer. LA has always been a police brutality capital, but I never understood why, and I probably never will, just due to the fact that half the people that are paid to investigate corruption like this are probably in on it. We'll never probably get all of the facts. Some members of these deputy gangs have been convicted, like Paul Tanaka, a former undersheriff who tried to intimidate an FBI agent. Definitely not a smart move, and he ended up serving 4 years. Now, of course, the existence of these deputy gangs does not mean that all cops are bad. There are police officers in LA and every city that genuinely put their life on the line every day to make a difference. But coming into a job where a powerful and intimidating clique holds control is just as challenging no matter where you work. There's even allegations that these gangs will withhold backup for officers who are not on the same page as them, possibly costing someone their life. And when it gets to that point, we have to remember that all cops are still human beings that have to protect themselves above anyone else. The banditos in particular have been accused of taxing trainees. For men, they are demanded to buy bosses expensive meals and gifts, and for female trainees, they are allegedly taxed by having to consent to sex with established members, which is not much different from what Diddy is being accused of, by the way. But all of this works in their favor, as outsiders will many times justify cruel actions by the police as just part of their job, while things like this going on in the background are actively corrupting new trainees by making them think that this is just the way things are. They've even allegedly had gang brawls with unaffiliated deputies in Kennedy Hall. Now, I couldn't end this video without confirming that LA was the only city with deputy gangs because, again, this is the scariest thing I've ever seen. And surprise, surprise, right? There are more, apparently. There's allegedly 160 different crews in the Chicago police force. This only makes up about 4% of the entire force, but that's still a bit too much for me. And there was a study done on the complaint data from police officers in Chicago, New York, and Philly. And while thousands of cops received at least one complaint, 10% of them accounted for a third of all complaints. Pretty much sounds like the ratio of...
I don't know, man. I think this will really help with the neck pain.
Adjustment for mid-back pain due to bad posture or poor posture. Using chiropractic drop table to reduce hyperkyphosis of thoracic spine. Thoracic. Oh. Wonderful. Chiropractic.
Yeah, I'm not stupid enough to do that. Thanks for the donation, I'm fucking bored.
Of what a gang does in a community. And I must admit, when I was a baby and before I was born, I'm well aware that some Chicago cops would pull up to the project buildings before they all got demolished and demand a cut of the daily proceeds from drug dealing. And they shut it down. They wouldn't go away until they got paid. It isn't called Crook County for nothing. And seeing the CPD firsthand, I know that some of those guys are loose screws. Haven't ever seen the NYPD in action, but I'm sure some of them are too. And some of these guys are not much different than the kids running around gangbanging. Again, it's not all of them, but this just has to be something that comes naturally to big cities. When you're surrounded by millions of people and you feel like too many of them are against you, of course you'd form some type of coalition of people you trust to protect your back. This is probably why people who have never been in danger before don't understand gangs. That doesn't make it right, of course, but unfortunately, too many people see forming crews like this as a survival mechanism, when in reality, the bigger you get, the more power you acquire, and power corrupts the best of us. So there we have it, the deputy gangs of LA, and I also left you with the unsettling realization that these gangs might exist in your city too. So, I'm sorry. Anyways, thank you guys for watching as always, and I'll see you next time.
Now you may respond,
but glorious, benevolent, and all-knowing despot, most episodes of The Last of Us start with a mini story disconnected from the rest of the plot. How is this one any different?
well, this one is different for the simple reason that it is vastly inferior. This is, by far, the worst mini-story opening The Last of Us has yet produced. The problems are that there is no context to relate who these women are. It would be far better to communicate the one useful piece of information expounded in their conversation through action. Beverly's story contains plot holes and portrays the organization she belongs to as a pack of ludicrously incompetent morons. There's also character dissonance. The show wants us to be really impressed with just how boss level Commander Midge is, but accidentally portrays her as an idiot by having her make some horrific decisions. So let's
Every single leadership role in the series is a woman. Like, they went out of their way to make, like, women dominant in this post-apocalyptic universe. It's so retarded.
Let's go through those issues one by one. Firstly, who are these women? Well, we don't know, and there is nothing in this miserable office to indicate who they are, so the show shoehorns in some absolutely clanking dramatic beats to announce their respective positions and what their relationship is to one another. Here's the first of these clankers. Did you see the way she shoved those doors open and marched in, impressing everyone in her orbit with her gravitas? She must be the woman in charge, because how could anyone but the commander walk with such awesome charisma? I am so fucking tired of this trope. Actresses trying to do gravitas by giving a cartoonish impression of charismatic male actors. In the 10 years this trope has been going, I have never once seen an actress successfully pull off gravitas. Every single time, the 1,000-yard stare becomes the try-hard stare. This is what real gravitas looks like.
Beer.
This is what an actress imitating gravitas looks like. Here's the second clanker.
What happened?
My unit is responsible for
Securing the hospital. I know your orders. I gave them the lease. What happened?
Beverly is trying to relate the story, but gets interrupted by the person who asked for the story because the script wants to let everyone know that Midge runs this operation. This is hammy, awful writing. There are far better ways to communicate that Midge is Beverly's commanding officer here. For example,
why didn't you confirm your order with me before you sealed up the lower floors? We didn't have time. It was do or die.
There. That's it.
Big D's donate $2.
There ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
I'll give you an example. If you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it is the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic and you're trying to protect them, would you lie to like the Nazis?
I would have done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation to begin with. It's a hypothetical, and it's not answerable.
You can't answer hypotheticals?
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like that because
Did
it's
you eat
far.
today?
Look,
Did you
don't
eat today?
play games.
I'm not playing games. I'm just
Yes,
asking if
you
you ate
are.
it.
If you present me with an intractable moral choice that's stripped of context and you back me into a corner, you're playing game. I just told you I would do everything that I could to make sure that I'm never in that situation. By the time you've got there, you've made so many mistakes that there's nothing you can do that isn't a sin.
Being born in Nazi Germany and trying to protect people that you care about,
I think you should
have
just
them in
give
your
up on
attic.
that line.
Jordan Peterson is a fucking embarrassment. Like, what a retard.
Motherfuckers would be like, oh, Hassan, you claim to be a socialist, but...
So, his stance is, I'd tell the Nazis that there's Jews living in my attic. What a fucking loser.
You have money. It's like, okay, you're defending capitalism. You got no capital. Show me the deed to the factory and then we'll talk. What capital do you own? Nothing. Only thing you have to your name is a busted down 1994 hand-me-down Honda Civic that your brother and you can't even get in that goddamn car. And you're over here talking about capitalism. We must defend it. You don't got shit. It's so funny for someone working a regular 9 to 5 to be like, nah, dude, one day I'm gonna be rich and then those poors better look out. It's like, it's not happening for you, bro. Why the do you think advocating for something that helps the super wealthy even further at your expense, at the expense of your living circumstances, why the do you think is one day gonna flip in your favor?
Yeah, because all the people who starved to death under communism, they had it so much better. Thanks for the donation, Big D's.
Now we know that Mighty Midge is Beverly's superior. We don't need the clanktacular line.
I know your orders, I gave them.
Compare this opening with the mini-story used to open Season 1. Two epidemiologists are on an old talk show sharing their thoughts about potential...
There's a thin Abby mod? Why? Oh, you mean the replacing the character model with the... it's just a model swap.
Future pandemics.
Dr. Newman, you're also an epidemiologist. I presume the prospect of a viral pandemic keeps you up at night as well? No.
The identity of the characters are communicated naturally over the course of the conversation. John Hannah doesn't need to turn to the host and say, "Sorry, Dean, I hate to interrupt the host on his own show, but as an epidemiologist, I feel uniquely qualified to respond to the statements of my colleague, Dr. Lurch, who is also an epidemiologist." The second problem with the Commander Midge and Beverly opening is that it's completely unnecessary. We don't need these two women to expound all this. The intro could show the essentials of what is being described in less time than it takes to describe them. The show don't tell rule is an annoying pop writing cliche, the kind of crap you'll come across on every 10 tips to improve your writing blog post ever vomited out of Tumblr. If that rule were followed to the letter, movies would all be 4-hour-long slogathons. Not everything can be shown. Some information has to be exposited, and that's fine. A better guideline would be, don't tell when showing is better. Here's a random example from a movie I watched recently.
Talk about weird. Talk about weird. Well, I get dizzy spells, nausea, cold sweats, hot sweats.
In this movie, What About Bob? We learn about Bob's various problems through a variety of show and tell. We see him use a tissue to open doors and shake hands. We see his fear of elevators, and he tells Richard Dreyfuss some more of his problems in a therapy session. This is a nice mixture of show and tell. In the therapy session, Bob talks about his divorce.
Maybe I didn't leave her because she likes Neil Diamond, but maybe she left me? Yes.
Would the movie really be improved by showing every single one of Bob's phobias and a flashback to his divorce? Better to just find a good balance of show and tell and get on with the story. In The Last of Us Midge and Beverly intro, the scene is all tell and no show. The scene only needs to do two things: communicate the existence of airborne cordyceps and set up the Lost Squad plotline, which will be paid off when Ellie enters the basement later and sees the infected trapped against the wall breathing cordyceps. The scene achieves this by having two women talk in a room for 4 minutes. This is bad and incorrect. So let's rewrite this scene to make it watchable. Karen iPhone.
Aiden, we need you to check out B2 at the hospital. We sent in a scout and haven't heard back from her. Do a quick recon and get out of there. Nothing fancy.
Cut to Aiden sneaking through the hospital basement. He turns a corner and comes across something. We don't see what he's looking at, but he's visibly terrified. Aiden bolts. By the time he makes it back to the ground floor, he's out of breath and rasping horribly. "It's in the air!" He screams, almost deliriously. "Seal the fucking basement!" They seal the basement and put Aiden in quarantine. A soldier pulls out his radio and says, "Get down here." Cut to Beverly in tears outside the quarantine room. Midge the Menacing marches in. She looks through the door at Aiden. He's already turning. Midge the Merciless marches in, puts a gun against his head, and...
I'm sorry about your son.
Or we could have two women sitting in a corporate cubicle boring me to tears for 4 interminable minutes. Another problem with this intro is plot holes in Beverly's story. Her squad clears the entire hospital of infected from ground level to the roof, but save the basement for last because that's where the infected like to hang out, and the difficulty setting is likely much higher down there. Why do the WLF not send a scout into the basement? Someone small, sneaky, and fast. He, or more likely knowing this show, she can scout each floor, report back, and then a tactical team can move in. Sending an entire squad in blind is stupid to the point of absurdity. This is year 20 of the apocalypse. These are survivors. They should have extensive experience at clearing buildings. They should know well by now the perils of operating without proper intelligence. Then Beverly says this.
I knew it wasn't in the vents or we would have all been infected weeks ago.
No. No, you don't. You know it isn't in the vents yet. This is the first time you've come into contact with airborne cordyceps. You don't know the first fucking thing about them. This is a fungus. It grows very quickly. The priority must be to evacuate all personnel from the hospital immediately, then launch a well-planned operation to eradicate the fungus from the hospital basement with proper fucking reconnaissance this time. So Midge jumps out of her chair and shouts, "Are you out of your fucking mind, Beverly? There's a giant fungus producing airborne cordyceps at the bottom of this building and you haven't ordered an evacuation yet? And why didn't you do any recon on the basement? You're under arrest."
Juice, any tillers, can you react?
The world is waking up to the power of gold. National banks are racing to secure it. In 2024 alone, right now, when the world is turning that too.
I think it's really good that you come to campuses and talk to people who disagree with you. I also think it's like a testament, like you've like gotten a really big following, and it's about morality and
Absolute truth.
What do you mean by absolute truth?
Absolute truth, like that there is truth absolute for all people.
Yes.
You do? Okay, that's objective morality.
That's objective facts. I wouldn't say that's morality.
Okay, so do I have permission to ask you a provocative question?
Sure. I know what you're going to ask.
Okay, fine. I mean, was Hitler objectively wrong?
No. So I do.
Was the Holocaust objectively evil?
I do. I want to like make a distinction.
Moral realism is retarded. You can't make an argument for moral realism. Thanks for the donation, Juice.
For dereliction of duty. You will be court-martialed. If you're not executed, you will never hold a position of command again. Now get the fuck out of here. Then Midge smashes the alarm and everybody runs out of the giant death trap. Wait, no, actually this happens.
As far as I'm concerned, Sergeant Park, you resolved the situation permanently and heroically. We owe you a debt.
Then Midge orders a cover-up.
I'll inform only the people who absolutely need to know and no one else.
This is where the plot really comes apart at the seams. Let's go back to the start of the episode and count how many people witnessed the barricading of the hospital basement following the discovery of airborne cordyceps. Karen iPhone, bit of music, love. This is a YouTube video, not a zombie apocalypse.
Slowly learning that life is okay.
Not fucking that! Who will want to know what happened, and they won't buy the bullshit narrative that, well, you know, zombies and shit. This is uncover-upable. There is no mainstream media to spin the narrative that it wasn't cordyceps. Word is already out. Everyone in the community already knows the hospital is compromised. And why does Midge refer to the hospital as a vital resource?
The hospital's a resource we can't afford to lose.
It's a building? There are lots of buildings you can use as hospitals nearby. Even in the most dire emergency, you're not going to have more than a few dozen patients in a single day. Just move the essential equipment into a school or an old mall. There, done. Now you don't need to keep a genuinely vital resource, trained medical staff, one floor away from a fucking airborne fungus that will turn them into murderous fungus zombies. You shit for brains, wank-tard. Not incidentally, they need to move to another building anyway because, as Beverly literally points out, all the
Dodo Night Tellers, can you tell us details about the divorce yet? Also, how does violate oath? No, I can't, Dodo. Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham are reportedly both a no on the One Big Beautiful Bill. Trump won Carolina by 20 points, Kentucky by 31. Both men took an oath to represent their constituents. Both will break their oath. That's not breaking their oath. Did you hear about this?
And there's some new video coming into us tonight in just the last few minutes of the moment a man was seen running down the streets of New York after having been allegedly kidnapped and tortured for 3 weeks, according to prosecutors. Take a look at this video that you see on your screen right now. This is from WNBC. You see a man dressed all in black. He ran up to that officer barefoot, doesn't have shoes. Prosecutors say he had been kidnapped and held for weeks by men who were demanding his Bitcoin password. Now, this is a moment a little bit earlier where one of the people who is accused of being behind it was arrested. An accomplice is expected to turn himself in this week, according to law enforcement sources with direct knowledge of the case. And for 3 weeks, prosecutors say the suspect beat and threatened that man and his family, even shocking him with electric wires. Maya Egan is following the most wild story here. Maya, there are some very, very insane details in this complaint. Can you walk us through what you're reading here?
Yeah, Gotti, police say that 37-year-old John Waltz is a crypto investor whose net worth is somewhere around $100 million. And according to a criminal complaint, this alleged victim, who was from Italy, was kidnapped by Waltz and an unnamed male accomplice. Authorities say that Italian national had some type of business relationship with Waltz and his accomplice, and the three of them met in New York City on May 6th. And then this alleged victim says for the next 17 days, he was tortured for not giving up his Bitcoin password. He says that he was tied up, actually held over a staircase. He was hit with a gun.
That's pretty fucked up. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The stairways to the basement have collapsed. This means that the hospital is structurally unsound. So Beverly is an operationally illiterate moron who doesn't understand that fungus grows, and Commander Midge is criminally incompetent. This is...
Booty Come Donate Teller's crazy mother takes autistic son to get a pedicure.
And here we are at Nail Depot. My golly, this place has been under my breast for like 13 years, and I'm enjoying watching my son get picked on for once. Jason's getting his first pedicure today to get all manicured, well groomed for his show, and he's sitting in a lovely pedicure chair with trickling water.
Why the fuck are his calves so huge?
His feet soaking, yum, yum. All right, Jason, what do you think about all this?
I think it's good.
Okay, great. You looking forward to looking nice and feeling good to step up on that stage Saturday?
Yeah, stepping on stage Saturday.
Okay, great. Then we're going to introduce who's doing you, Mama Sonia. She is my best pedicurist. So you just sit back, enjoy the ride, and we'll take it as it comes, okay? Sonia, hi. Hi. This is Jason's specialized, wonderful, wonderful lady that I always go to. Her name is Sonia, and she's going to be performing the procedure on Jason today.
Never done a pedicure. This is for memories.
Very good memories. I hope you have fun. Sit back and relax, as I said previously. Okay, peace out. Bye.
What?
He has really gross feet.
13 years.
Long time. Pretty cute, manicure.
He literally has like caveman feet.
That's a lot.
What the fuck? Like, this, it looks like his feet belong to Sasquatch.
Long time.
Yep.
I need this. Looks good, actually.
Okay, anyway.
How long? My nails done. Got my nails done. It's sick. It's pissed. It's revolting.
Stand up and let me take a picture of your really nice, well-groomed feet. Oh my God, Lee, look at that. Oh wow. They look super.
Well, they definitely look better than when he had that, like, crazy long toenail for no reason. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum. Kid Boot on $8, this nigga speaking facts.
Greatest anime of all time.
Greatest anime? Obviously Dragon Ball. It's been around for over 40 years, 40th years this year.
For a reason.
Stuff coming out. We just had Daima. Beautiful show. Without Dragon Ball, there'd be no other anime out there. There wouldn't be.
Thank you for your insightful takes. Even if the internet does not agree, you have a safe one. Stay safe out there. Anime Street Survival.
Yeah, Dragon Ball's pretty dope. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Why you don't allow women positions of leadership in the zombie apocalypse. The Last of Us Season 2 might be stuck in 2020, flying sexual identitarian flags and fronting the show with two boring as fuck teenage girls, but at least Neil Druckmann can admit that when humanity is fighting for survival, men should be in charge. Based take, Neil. And on the subject of the teenage girls, the day that a girl who looks like Dina elects to get finger banged by that lesbian potato, Marilyn Monroe will be getting skull fucked by Elton John in a ski resort in hell.
I'm gonna be a dad.
The Midge and Beverly scene is a textbook example of idiot writers trying desperately to present women as strong, capable military leaders and accidentally portraying them as blundering incompetents because the writers don't know anything about military tactics, strategy, or history and couldn't be bothered researching it. The most infamous example of this is Admiral Holdo from The Last Jedi, who is presented as tough, in charge, and on top of things, when in fact she is an appalling leader who demoralizes her crew and fails to communicate even basic information to subordinates who need that information. Come to think of it, she actually has a lot in common with Midge. Following the intro, the episode presents Ellie and Dina having an amicable chat and swapping some basic info.
Lights. Oh, good. They have a big ass generator down there. Natural gas, baby. Figured out yet? Getting there.
This scene demonstrates clearly the main reason why pairing Ellie and Dina was such a dramatically disastrous decision. They have the exact same personality. They have the same worldview and moral values. The same annoying millennial speech patterns.
Oh my god, are you gonna fucking tell me?
For the record, I don't believe you. I'm gonna leave you alone now and go and explore the rest of this place because you're smart as fuck. That door's open. And nothing's come out to kill us.
They're the same age. They're basically the same fucking character. The result is that they can't generate chemistry or conflict. They are excruciatingly boring together on screen. Let's examine how these almost identical characters interact. I did something good, Dina. That's good, Ellie. Ellie makes a joke. Dina jokes back. Ellie smiles. Dina smiles back. They chat. Dina smiles at Ellie. Ellie smiles back. The writer tries his best to generate something like conflict in the dialogue when Ellie asks to help, but it doesn't work because both characters are speaking in the same millennial, inoffensive, quippy, jokey manner.
Why? Because I'm stupid? That's not the word I would use. Really? What word then? Non-school oriented.
Imagine how early season 1 Joel might react here.
Can I help?
No, you can shut up and stop distracting me. I gotta get this done and I don't got all day. Get out.
Now, we have character conflict, and we have a personality clash. Ellie is playful and scatterbrained, Joel is pragmatic, stern, and impatient. But with Dina and Ellie, hey, let's play! Yeah, let's play! This is the main reason why the audience ratings and viewership for The Last of Us are cratering. The Ellie-Dina pairing is the rotten cancer at the heart of this season of television. We don't even need Joel to pair up with Ellie. Any character who is significantly different to Ellie will do. How about this? Ellie wants to go on a revenge mission to Seattle with Dina, but Dina says, no, I can't, I'm pregnant, but don't worry, Spicoli's gonna do it.
Spicoli?
Protests Ellie.
But that guy's a total stoner.
Yeah, but he's reliable and he always gets the job done. Plus, he owes me a favour. So Ellie heads out with Spicoli, and instead of two little girls playing around like they're at a sleepover, the scene now looks like this.
Are you fucking kidding me, Spicoli? What are you doing? You're supposed to be, like, triangulating or whatever?
You know, we could die any day, Ellie. Sometimes it's important to just take a break and enjoy life, man.
I'll enjoy life when Abby isn't fucking breathing anymore. Now get your ass up and do your fucking job.
See, Ellie, that's your problem, man, with this whole, like, revenge thing. I mean, it's like Gandhi said,
An eye for an eye leaves us all fucked up and shit. This revision is good and correct. For an excellent example of how to do a screen duo right, watch Shogun. John Blackthorne and Mariko are different in almost everything. They are from profoundly different cultures. Mariko is Catholic, Blackthorne is Protestant and hates Catholics. Mariko is from an honor culture in which the rights of the individual are abrogated to the honor of the clan to which that person belongs. This is emphasized when a baby is murdered because his father dishonored the family's daimyo. Blackthorne considers this callous honor culture to be barbaric. Mariko is polite and refined. Blackthorne is rude and coarse. Mariko is disgusted by Blackthorne's hygiene and eating habits, though both improve considerably over the course of the season. But both characters also share common traits which draw them together. Both are intensely loyal. Blackthorne to England, Mariko to Lord Toranaga. Both are intelligent and talented. Both are rebels. Mariko is in rebellion against her husband, and Blackthorne is in rebellion.
No, I haven't seen Shogun. Yeah, I saw Peterson getting destroyed by atheists. Jordan Peterson is completely and utterly incapable of deploying logic. All he does is play word games.
Against a society which he regards as cruel and unjust. Both follow a strict code of honor. Both are excellent at their job. Both have moments of excellence in which their positive traits shine through. Blackthorne leads an endangered vessel through a storm. Mariko politically outmaneuvers Lord Ishido, forcing him to choose between appearing weak or appearing tyrannical. Blackthorne and Mariko have enough in common that they have a fundamental understanding of each other, but they are different enough to create extensive dramatic tension and conflict. This character dynamic forms the basis of a relationship which blossoms naturally and believably into sexual attraction and a deep residing love. The actors Anna Sawai and Cosmo Jarvis also generate palpable sexual chemistry, so when Blackthorne and Mariko do finally have sex, it feels like the breaking of a tension that has built up. Potato Lady and Fashion Model have no sexual chemistry, and when they fuck, it feels about as earned as Jaden Smith's acting career. You're wrong! By the way, Hiroyuki Sanada's performance as Lord Toranaga in Shogun is a superb example of what real gravitas looks like on screen.
Well, I know your orders, I gave them.
After the intense Ellie Dina scene in the theatre, the script decides that the audience needs a breather, so it conjures a stage full of musical equipment that no one has touched for 20 years. The reason being that if this equipment had been scavenged, the scene couldn't happen. I will give The Last of Us Season 2 credit for upping the scare factor. When Ellie picked up that guitar, I was fucking terrified that she would sing another song the whole way through. Fortunately, she only plays one phrase, which is still one too many, but a massive improvement on. And now we get to the 12-year-old girl talking ad nauseum element of the show. Ellie and Dina are walking through an extremely dense, overgrown urban ruin in an area where they were almost killed by a horde of infected the previous night. And what's on their mind?
If it's a girl, Ellie. If it's a boy,
fucking baby names. This kind of casual conversation makes sense in a wide open area where you can literally see a threat coming from a mile away, but this is an urban jungle. They need to shut the fuck up and keep every one of their senses trained on the environment around them. The behaviour of Ellie and Dina here smashes the verisimilitude of this post-zombie apocalypse world build. In plot contrivance number 1, Ellie and Dina quickly come upon a pile of corpses that have been conveniently left a minute's walk from where they were staying, so the show can build up its scars versus wolves subplot. Dina responds to the sight of a pile of corpses located a stone's throw from a building housing a horde of infected by walking briskly, bolt upright through the middle of the street, speaking loudly and continuously. And look at Ellie here. The entire time she's either looking at the ground or looking at Dina, not keeping her eyes trained on the dense surroundings, looking out for infected or scars or wolves, all of whom will kill Dina and Ellie on sight. Then, in the middle of this urban hellscape infested with enemies, the girls stop and look in each other's eyes so they can have an intimate moment. This is probably some combination of bad directing and bad acting from Bella Ramsey. Compare how Bella Ramsey acts here.
I don't know, Raiders?
To how Pedro Pascal acts in this scene from season 1.
Yeah.
You get him?
No, I missed two.
Pedro Pascal is actually inhabiting the world of his character. He's sharp-eyed and on edge, always on the lookout for threats. Bella Ramsey, yeah, she just stares at the ground. And don't worry, we're going to examine Bella Ramsey's acting in more detail later in the video. Compare how...
I hate how people make the cope. Oh, she's ugly, but she's a great actor. That's all that matters. She sucks at acting. Like... everything she does is fucking terrible. Not only does she not play Ellie well, she does not in any way resemble Ellie from the video game. But even if we were to treat this as its own separate intellectual property, and Ellie in the show is different from the Ellie in the game, it's still just stupid. It's just bad.
Dina and Ellie behave here to how the lead characters behave in a similar scene in 28 Days Later.
But it's the most direct route to the other side of the river.
No. Then we should take the indirect route, the one that's in broad daylight and that's not underground. Let's just get it done.
When they come across an urban bottleneck, they know that travelling through it poses a risk so massive as to render the way effectively unpassable. But Ellie and Dina, nah, it's fine. Just walk through and make sure to keep the chitter-chatter going so as to keep from getting bored. You know what? I'm going to try this in Dying Light 2. Let's see how long I last. Karen, iPhone, start the clock. So it's the morning after, and I wake up next to this girl I pulled the previous night. I'm not going to lie. She was rough. This was not my finest hour. What do you expect, man? I was fucking drunk. And don't act like you haven't done a bit of dumpster diving in your day. We've all been there, man. I'm alright, boys! But look, whatever, doesn't matter. So the girl gets a call, and she's hungover, you know. So...
But one day I just fucking did. And I had a gun, so who's gonna fuck with me?
Okay, I can't. I have to fix this scene. Karen, iPhone, roll it.
Now, you already know how this story ends, because I don't have Santa Fe anymore. And I don't have a mom or sister anymore. Is everyone's
There. Now we don't have to endure any more scenes in which Dina and Ellie swap annoying quips.
Because you're smart as fuck.
And I had a gun, so who's gonna fuck with me?
Also, instead of the
Dylan Donatello's fresh vegan gains meds. Yeah, here we go, anti-nutrients. Buddy, you look like an emaciated crack addict.
In these foods that prevent zinc absorption by your body. But there's good news here. You only have to eat 6 ounces of red meat to get your daily requirement of zinc, 10 milligrams. And the zinc in red meat is very bioavailable. All the zinc in this meat is going straight into your body.
There is not a 100% bioavailability of zinc in red meat.
So, yet again, red meat is a superfood when it comes to testosterone.
There's no such thing as a superfood. Meat does not increase testosterone.
Immune health.
Don't even bother sending me this trash, dude. Like, yeah, we get it. You know, like... Been doing this for like 10 years now. Like, yeah, we get it. Okay. Like, all these people are grifters. They're liars. They're wrong about everything. We get it. Do you need me to tell you for the fucking 150,000th time that, yeah, you don't need to get zinc from me?
How on earth could Dina feel like making out with a potato homunculus after getting inseminated by an Asian Chad? Producers really said let's make the game's lesbian romance totally unpalatable to a young Zoomer audience.
Well, again, it's just another stupid, woke, feminist bullshit cope. Like, the idea that actors do not have to, you know, look the part, that anybody can look anyway, you know, beauty is this social concept that doesn't exist, and as long as the actors are good, who's gonna believe this ugly, disgusting girl having a romantic relationship with a beautiful bisexual woman who could date anybody she wants? Like, it's just stupid. The writers and casting director are just, like, drinking way too much fucking Kool-Aid. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Did you get it now? Do I have to tell you again?
Whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude.
A few people every week placing between $1,000 and $2,000. Why the fuck are people asking me about Chromebooks every single fucking stream? Why in the fuck are you people asking me about fucking Chromebooks? Literally every stream for the last 2 weeks. What do you think of Chromebooks? Would you get a Chromebook? Is it a good idea to get a Chromebook? How are Chromebooks? How about you shut the fuck up? Chromebooks suck. They're not real laptops. Shut the fuck up and stop asking me.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Dylan. 21st Savage, mini Jasmine gains, but not obese.
People. For hope. How dare you?
You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words.
Yeah, she's pretty stupid. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
The show's shifting narrative perspective to show events from Abby's point of view, it shifts to show events from a new super zombies point of view as it jumps across rooftops and roams the streets, massacring everyone it comes across. And that's it, that's the show. Sounds good to me. Instead of intros where criminally incompetent women talk for 5 minutes, we can have this. The Last of Us Season 2 uses infected as a plot device and massively reduces their threat level so that they only pose a risk in large numbers. This is how clickers were portrayed in Season 1. This is how they are portrayed in Season 2.
A couple clickers, we can handle that. We've done it like a million times. Yeah.
According to the world build of Season 1, the presence of 2 clickers should make the area they patrol a no-go zone. Instead, clickers are brushed aside as barely an inconvenience. Earlier in the season, we see Ellie and Dina excitedly hunting clickers for sport. This has the effect of rendering the world less threatening and therefore more boring. And Season 2 doesn't even follow its own established rules for how characters interact with the threat of infected. This is how Dina and Ellie behave when they are trying to take down a clicker in episode 1. This is how they behave when trying to take down a smart one in episode 5.
Fucker's gonna try to flank us, so I say we flank it first.
Why have they abandoned the use of sign language when faced with an even greater threat? Not only is The Last of Us Season 2 inconsistent with Season 1, it is inconsistent with itself. Apart from being nerfed, the infected are used as a plot device to bail Ellie and Dina out of life-threatening situations. On their journey to Seattle, Dina and Ellie have no dangerous encounters with infected. The first major encounter occurs, conveniently, when they are trapped in the subway as a WLF squad closes in. The infected dutifully appear, slaughter the WLF soldiers, and Ellie and Dina escape to a movie theatre across the road. The infected do not pursue them, and they have no presence in the theatre because the script no longer requires them. The WLF do not send any additional soldiers to the area where they just lost a squad because that would interrupt the script's desire for Ellie and Dina to get some finger bang action on the go.
I'm gonna finger bang bang you into my life. Girl, you like to finger bang and it's alright.
Before Ellie and Dina head off to brush aside those pesky clickers, they take a moment to relate their mutual love.
I'm a Nazi, don't need to
I met Pedro for the first time, stepping down out of the hair trailer. He was there, it was like lunch break, and it was like a brief, hello, we're gonna be spending the rest of the year together conversation. And then the first time we like properly hung out was on set filming. Hello GQ, I'm Bella Ramsey, and today
I think we already watched this.
I'm gonna walk you through
Oh,
everything
4
I
days
did
ago, maybe not.
is to become Ellie. Casting. I got an email with the
Better yet, imagine you're Jesse, a total chad who inseminated fine shite, and then you catch fine shite flicking tongues with a fucking potato. Is bro supposed to feel insecure or vindicated? Like what an absolute downgrade.
I would just think my ex is a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dude, you can listen just the way she talks. Why would you ever consider casting this chick? Like, she sounds retarded, and I'm not just saying that because she has a British accent. Like, all British people sound retarded to some degree, but like, just very slow, insecure, dumb, simple. And then she's supposed to be playing like this very confident, competent, aggressive, intense woman. And you're gonna hire a 5'2" potato retard who can barely talk.
like description, the sides, and like a deadline. There's like a little room in my like house, childhood home, where I was still living because I was 17. Self-tapes are hard, but this one wasn't too hard. It was actually the first time you meet Ellie in the show when I'm like chained. And I had no idea like what that actually was and what it was going to be like. So I really overacted with the chain stuff. I was like,
I'm not supposed to be here!
Learning lines isn't something that I find too difficult. Reading them on a page and hearing them out loud at the same time, like hearing myself say them out loud. Learning lines.
I'm supposed to be here!
Just why?
Learning lines, I try and learn my lines to a point where they still feel like fresh and like I'm thinking about it for the first time. Because in everyday life, I've got no idea what I'm going to say next, right? A Zoom with Craig Mason and Neil Druckmann, the creators of the show. And we read those same scenes again, but they read in for me instead of my mum.
So, were these dumbasses actually responsible, like Neil Druckmann? So, they're the ones who had this idea. Like, this is just baffling to me. They made the video game. Like, why did they design the characters the way they did in the video game if they were going to hire Bella Ramsey? Like, she couldn't even, she can't even act. And I don't mean just, like, act like Ellie. Like, she can't act. Why? It's just so confusing. They actually made video games with good stories, good characters, and then they did this. Just bizarre.
Creators of the show. Research. I think 'cause I didn't like grow up in the industry. Every person that I meet is like a new friend, rather than like a potential like collaborator. I don't really see meetings in that way. Obviously, I knew that Neil made the game, but that was it. I didn't really know anything else. They asked if I had played the game, and I said nope. And I was like, oh no, damn it, I should have played the game. And they were like, no, that's great. Please don't play it.
It's all coming together.
Put your seatbelt on, Ellie.
Yes, don't do any research for the character so that you could accurately represent the performance.
I'm curious if Bella Ramsey has ever mentioned even playing and enjoying the game prior to being cast for the role. Like, did she really play the game, look at Ellie, and say yeah, that's me, I could play Ellie convincingly? She def a nepo baby.
Well, you just got your answer. Why would the writer and director tell her not to play the game? It's like they intentionally tried to make the show shitty so that they wouldn't have to make a third game or a third season and it would lose money and they could just move on to the next project or something. Like, it's just fucking bizarre. Thanks for the donation, retard.
What about the guy?
Yeah.
Lost and found $20. Maybe they were blackmailed. I doubt it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Ain't even hurt.
So they were very keen on it being like an adaptation and not like a replica. There's probably like Ashley Johnson in Game Ellie, and there's like Bella in TV Ellie. And so that's the difference.
This is just so confusing. Why?
It's just a different human being embodying this person. And so of course they're going to be like different, but they can still have the same like spirit. And I think that was sort of
They're in no way similar whatsoever.
the case with basically every curse word under the sun. I wasn't nervous about the actual filming. Training. I had about 2 months of training for season 2 of The Last of Us in Vancouver before we started filming. I went over like a couple months early to do that and did
You're fat and out of shape.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu training, which is fun, which is Ellie's fighting style.
Ellie did not know Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in the game.
You don't have to be like big and tall. You can be little and mighty. Knowing that you're capable of, like, fighting.
That is not an armbar.
If you need to. I love that feeling.
Yeah, that's not a jujitsu move.
I sort of was obsessed with looking like Gay Melly. Because she's got, like, really cool, defined muscles and stuff. I didn't. And Craig was like, it's about, like, your stance. It's about how you carry yourself differently.
Yeah, right. It's like women are trained to be fucking losers, dude. Like, imagine if, like, Chris Hemsworth, when he was cast for Thor, was told, oh, you don't have to get in shape. You don't have to, like, be big and strong and have huge muscles. It's just how you carry yourself. If you act like you have big muscles and are physically imposing, that's all that matters. Don't get into shape. Don't take steroids. Don't lift weights. Don't get big muscles. Just act as though you have big muscles. Like, nobody tells that to men. Like every fucking male character that has to, you know, develop a physique. Like Superman, Batman, Captain America. All these dudes get in shape. No one says, oh yeah, you can be fat and skinny and weak. Just act as though, you know, you're really strong. But then with women, it's how you carry yourself. It's the muscles inside your soul. Be a loser. Don't work hard. Don't eat well. Don't train. Just be a fucking lazy, incompetent loser and just act as though you're not a lazy, incompetent loser. Fucking retarded. Lost and Found donated $2. I meant maybe they got blackmailed. Also, stop skipping N-word. We want to watch the whole thing. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I refuse to believe Druckmann had a serious production role in the show. He must have sold the film rights and hung out on set blasted on Xanax. He probably just a nice guy and was like, oh yeah, it's better you didn't play the game, mutters, stupid fucking bitch.
None of it makes any logical sense. I'm assuming he may have gotten a producer credit, but let me look up, so creators, Neil Druckmann, Craig Mason. It says director, Neil Druckmann, Craig Mason. Writer, Neil Druckmann. So he didn't make every... Wait. No, he did. I don't think he wrote every episode, but he wrote most of the episodes, and he was a director and writer. He seems to have had a lot of creative control. Maybe he just didn't fucking care, and this was just some... Oh, HBO's gonna give me money? Yeah, whatever. Oh, the casting director wants Bella Ramsey? Yeah, whatever. Oh, you hired a potato? Oh, yeah, don't bother playing the game. Snort Xanax. I don't know. It doesn't make any logical sense. That guy seems to be extremely detail-oriented, and he wrote the story for Last of Us 2, at least, very well. There wasn't really a story for Last of Us 1. But Last of Us 2 was pretty intricate, and Like, I mean, he was responsible for, like, dictating the character designs and everything. He must have just not cared. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Dodo and I tell her some males in society call to women too much and treat them like children, then they act like children. You get what you pay for, right? VG, this doesn't just go for feminists, true for white Christian men who believe women shouldn't work hard or be in shape, yeah. Yep. Men do that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
When you're strong. I don't know, you just like walk in differently, I think, if you've got this physical strength and capabilities. So it was sort of about that.
You have no physical strength, no capability, you're completely and utterly incompetent at everything.
I had like a hour like personal training session in the morning in like a gym, and then a full afternoon of like stunt rehearsals and just like boxing, weapons training, general combat. So it was pretty full on. I was pretty tired. I ate a bunch, it was great. I realized how little protein.
Here we go.
I did have before, because I'm vegan-ish, but I'm allergic to peas, and pea protein is like the best like vegan source of protein, and I couldn't have that. I started eating eggs to sort of supplement. I'm really exposing myself.
Yeah, she's a real dumb bitch.
I did also have like some whey protein for a while, which was very
Yeah, she's a dumb bitch, all right.
anti-vegan of me. I've stopped doing that now. The horse riding was less frequent. The like horse wrangler on set was a guy called Danny Virtue. He has a whole rant.
Let's see, soy protein, rice protein, hemp protein, there's seitan, there's just beans, lentils, but yeah. And she paid for animals to get abused and killed so that she could be fat and out of shape. Like, this miraculous physique required eggs. Like, she's a garbage human being. Like, it's not just, you know, some me being petty that, like, oh, she sucks as Ellie, I love that game, and then she ruined the show. Like, she's actually a fucking scumbag. Like an idiot. Like a stupid scumbag of a fucking human being. Like I said before, you can tell she's stupid by the way she talks. Very fucking slow. Like, literally has to think about each word before it comes out of her fucking mouth. Can barely fucking string a sentence together. And then this fucking idiot, who's an adult, hasn't figured out how to fucking feed herself. Like, imagine being this age and not knowing how to feed yourself. Like, and then, oh, I had to eat eggs so my fart smelled worse so that I could get into shape. You know? This is what you call getting into shape? There's not a single fucking scene in the show where she ever takes her shirt off. They gave her baggy clothes intentionally so you wouldn't see her fat, out of shape fucking body. Ellie in the video game is extremely lean and fit. There's a number of scenes where she takes her shirt off. You can see her arms, her muscles, her stomach. She has abs. They didn't have that in the show because she's out of fucking shape. She's fat. And then here she is saying, I had to eat eggs because I'm like kind of vegan and I needed to get enough protein. Like this is a scumbag, retarded, selfish idiot who should not be given money. Like, the opportunity she's being given to get paid good money for this fucking TV show, she can go fuck herself.
Vegan. Ish. What a fucking joke. I googled Druckmann's creative control over the show. Apparently he was there to ensure the show stayed true to the game, but Craig Mazin was the primary showrunner. Google Craig Mazin and casting director Victoria Thomas.
Okay. It sounds like he didn't have any creative control whatsoever, and they probably just gave him a directing credit sort of for contractual reasons, just so he could make more money. That sounds to me like, yeah, he didn't have anything to really do with it. Thanks for the donation, retard. Sounds like studio meddling.
Went for a wander, like up the mountains. For costumes, we did have to have multiple of everything because there was a lot of stunt work and a lot of work in the rain, and I had to have dry things. I get dirty quite fast. I spill things also. One of the on-set costumers always made a joke that you could tell what I'd had for lunch by looking at my shirt. I got better at that. Anne Foley, who designed the...
This retard can't even feed herself. She's literally like a baby and spills food on herself when she eats, and she needs to be fucking spoon-fed. And then she's supposed to play this this intelligent, competent, smart, like, very determined, aggressive woman. And, I can't eat food! Like, what in the fuck were they thinking?
The costumes for this season. Really liked input. Always wanted...
I got Ellie into shape in the video game.
It's really a collaboration. I tried on so many pairs of jeans before this season to find the perfect Ellie jeans. They were Levi's, and they actually made a specific size for me because I was between sizes. So they made a whole batch, and then they got over-dyed and washed and broken down. It's an incredible process. I didn't keep a pair of Levi's. I went out and bought my own Levi's. The costume designer was like, why did you I could have just given you some. I don't know, I just felt a bit shy asking. Where are you from?
Texas.
Again, she's supposed to be playing an extremely confident, aggressive woman, like somebody who's not afraid to get into a gunfight. And then here she is admitting, I was too shy to ask for a pair of pants. Why was she cast? Of all the people who could have possibly played the role, it's... I don't know what the fuck is going on.
What about Tess?
Detroit. It's in Michigan.
I go to school, I know where Detroit is. I was doing all of the sounds, right? But there's such a physical element to an American accent, funnily enough. I did dialect coach Naomi Todd, who worked with me on that, and she sort of figured out that that was what it was. You just take up more space with your voice and your body, with an American accent. And so for me,
American accents are easy, just don't talk like a fucking retard. You know how you normally say, I want to get the fish and chips in it? Just say, I want to get the fish and chips. That's it. That's all you have to do. You just don't talk like a retard.
it was as soon as I embodied that, then that clicked. And then I was oh, now I feel comfortable in this. Now this feels right, I suppose.
I don't really do dumbbell wrist curls. I think the most I've done is 40 pounds. I usually do barbell wrist curls or wrist curls with a cable machine.
Because I feel like the British accents and the way that I'd acted before was much more small and inward and more subtle. It was just a challenge for me to be bigger and take up more space and be louder.
Tell them that Ellie is a little girl who broke her fucking finger!
We didn't have any rehearsals, season 1.
She's just terrible. She's a retard. Look at this. I'm supposed to take this seriously, and there's this ugly, retarded kid, freaking out with blood dripping out of her fucking nose? Ellie, cannibal.
She started. I agree with your assessment. Anyway, I'm thinking of getting back into archery and I'm into longbows. Don't suppose you have any recommendations for an affordable one?
I wouldn't be able to give you any advice for a traditional longbow. You're probably looking at around like $300-400 for a decent one. Like at least. They can be pretty expensive. So if you're just starting out, I would probably get a bow that has like a very low draw weight. So somewhere around 20 to 30 pounds. Because if you have a higher draw weight bow that's like 50 plus, you're going to have huge issues with actually learning proper technique. So I would just say try to find a bow that's about 20 to 30 pounds draw weight. Even if you're a big, strong dude, you still want to start off with a low draw weight bow just so you can learn proper technique. But yeah, traditional archery, if you're looking for like a good wooden bow, a longbow specifically, they're sort of expensive. Like it's at least $300-400 for like something that's half decent. And you're looking at like 600 plus for like a really good one. I wouldn't be able to tell you where to find one. I haven't done traditional archery for a long time. I was doing compound archery since like high school. If you want to get into compound, I would recommend dual cam. But compound is much easier to learn, and you can use peep sights too. I think they do make some traditional bows with peep sights, but compound is way, way fucking easier to learn. You don't have to worry about draw weight because of the let-off. There's also no archer's paradox, and you can use a peep sight. So you can just make shots like nothing without really any practice. But if you want to do traditional, yeah, I would just look for a bow with about 20 to 30 pounds draw weight to start off. Thanks for the donation, Boopity Bop.
She literally looked like Voldemort raped a cocker spaniel and it somehow reproduced a hideous deformed potato homunculus. Also, it's funny she mentions the accent because her American accent is really fucking shit. It regularly slips.
Yeah. Yeah, she can't even do an American accent well. There's no rationalizing any of this. It's just they went out of their way to find the ugliest girl they possibly could. That's all there is to it. They just tried to find the ugliest fucking girl they could. Thanks for the donation, retard. And she also turned out to be retarded. Even now, donate $2. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, they're so chunky. Oh my god. Look how chunky. Oh my god, Joey is so strong. That's amazing. I love kitties. Thanks for the donation, Even now. So, look at this same scene from the game.
I've been quite honest with you. Now I think it's your turn. It's the only way I'm going to be able to convince the others.
Convince them of what?
That you can come around. You have heart. You're loyal. And you're special.
Yeah, I do wrist curls standing in front of my body. with 135.
Oh.
You stupid little girl. You are making it very difficult to keep you alive. What am I supposed to tell the others now?
Ellie,
What?
tell them that Ellie is the little girl that broke your fucking finger.
And then look at this.
And take up more space and be louder.
Tell them that Ellie is the little girl who broke your fucking finger!
Like, everything she does is so overacted. Like, Ellie just isn't overly emotional and, like, freaks out and has these, like, temper tantrums. Like, she gets angry, but everything she does is just so exaggerated and stupid. And she's ugly, too. Like, when an ugly chick acts like this, it's like, okay, shut up, ugly. Like, at least Ellie in the game, she's like a cute, pretty girl.
I'm not new to bows. I'm thinking of a £35 because I know I can handle it, and while I'd like more power, just in case it got stolen, I'd like for it to be illegal for deer hunting, which requires at least £40 here. Though I have doubts it's enforced.
Why would you care if it's illegal for deer hunting if you don't want to use it for deer hunting? Thanks for the donation, Boopity Bop. Dodo donate $2. No, didn't Bella Ramsey said that Druckmann is the one who picked her for Ellie, and that she doesn't have to play the game, and it's okay if she's out of shape as long as she carries herself as a strong woman. Also, wait till Belly starts protesting pro-Palestine, or posting pro-Palestine. Who knows, dude? Like, Neil Druckmann's kind of cucked. He has a cucked position on the whole Palestine thing. And yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Like, the thing is, a lot of actors in Hollywood stay out of the Palestine thing because Hollywood's run by Jews, and that's a very touchy subject for them, so if they want to get hired for anything, they usually keep their mouth shut about that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
We didn't have any rehearsals, season 1 or season 2. We just were straight in, which I really liked. I'm not a big fan of rehearsals. I think it's the like the line learning thing. I like learning something just enough so that it still feels like new and like you're discovering it on the day, in the moment, like you do in like real life. Sometimes a couple of takes in, I'd suddenly like, something would unlock and I'd be like, oh man, there's a whole other like layer to this that I didn't think about before. The first scene that we shot was walking down the corridor into Joel's and Tessa's apartment, and then being in there for the first time and like looking at the book of like 80s music. In my self-tape, I went, 80s means trouble, 80s. And I remember that was the thing that Craig and Neil said. Even in the Zoom audition, they were like, it's 80s. Gotcha. 80s.
What a dumb bitch.
That's one of the reasons I love you.
You love me?
I know.
This little exchange neutralizes any tension the scene could have. Ellie and Dina are about to enter a potentially fatal encounter with fucking clickers. This scene should be brimming with tension, but it isn't, because the show is more interested in a contrived lesbian romance characterized by millennial bonding. In plot contrivance number 2, Jesse Day.
Boobity Bop donate $2. I said just in case it gets stolen, I have a gun safe, but it's full. See any new shit worth watching lately? Well, who cares, dude? I don't know why that would matter. Like, as if that would stop anybody from killing an animal. Haven't seen anything worth watching lately. I might start watching Better Call Saul. I don't know, though. Yeah, haven't really come across anything worth watching. Thanks for the donation, Boopity Bop.
Do you know about Ken LaCorte? He's really an amazing legend popping out of nowhere. Here's his latest.
Why do so many American conservatives support Israel so strongly? Much more so than liberals, and often even more so than a lot of Americans.
I'll take a look. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Wait, what is Druckmann's position on Palestine? It's funny because I remember a year or two ago a bunch of retarded pro-poly were saying you shouldn't play Last of Us because Neil is Israeli, lol.
I think he has roughly the same position as Ethan Klein, where he thinks Hamas is bad, but he thinks Israel's bad, and they're caught in this cycle of revenge. That's actually... he claimed he made up the conflict between the wolves and the scars as an allegory to the Palestinian conflict. Both sides are bad and doing bad things to each other, and no one's right or wrong, so similar kind of idea. So he has a bit of a cucked position on that. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Is he just going to go over how a lot of Republicans are crazy Christians who think Israel needs to exist to fill some biblical prophecy?
American Jews. At the surface level, it makes no sense at all. Jewish Americans are overwhelmingly liberal, and a healthy percentage of Republican Christians think they're going to hell. Historically speaking, supporting Israel has been more of a liberal cause, both among activists and the Democratic establishment. But today, that script is flipped, and overall, U.S. conservatives are some of Israel's strongest supporters. I'm Ken LaCorte. I dug into religion, history, and public opinion polls to figure this one out. And what you'll learn is that the real elephant in the room may be that this is less about Israel or Jewish identity and more about American identities. And, as is usually the case, there's no easy one-sentence answer to this, especially because there are a lot of different groupings of conservatives and liberals in America. They have different reasons driving their support or opposition to Israel. We'll take a look at the unlikely alliance of conservatives and historically liberal Jews. We'll examine some of the religious reasons behind conservative support, then get into foreign policy reasons as well. Finally, we'll look at support for Israel as it's being driven by America's culture war. But first, is it a fair question at all? Do Republicans and conservatives support Israel more than most people? It's a yes. According to a recent Gallup poll, 83% of Republicans view Israel favorably, compared to just 33% of Democrats. That's a 50-point partisan gap, the largest Gallup has ever recorded on this issue. When asked who they sympathize with in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, 75% of Republicans side with Israel, while just 10%.
Yeah, I stretch my fingers when I do wrist curls. What sets and reps? How many times per week? I just do it twice a week, just whenever I train biceps. And reps are like just 5+. Usually train within a 5 to like 12 rep range.
10% side with the Palestinians. Among Democrats, the numbers are essentially flipped. Only 21% sympathize more with Israel, while 59% sympathize more with the Palestinians. This trend isn't new. It's been widening for 2 decades, but the split is now hard to ignore. In 2001, for example, 50% of Democrats sided with Israel. That number has steadily dropped throughout the years, while Republican support has remained high or climbed. It's not just public opinion either. Republican lawmakers have consistently backed their talk up with policy. In his first administration, Trump moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, cut U.S. aid to the Palestinian Authority, recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and brokered the Abraham Accords. And Israelis themselves have noticed. A 2024 poll found that 66% of Israeli voters preferred Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Israelis are essentially a mirror image of American Jewish voters. But however you look at it, it's an unlikely alliance. And it's a bit odd that conservatives support Israel as much as they do. I mean, let's start with American Jews. They really don't like Republicans all that much, and they've overwhelmingly voted Democrat since basically forever. They generally vote for Democratic candidates with numbers like 70 to 80%, and the last presidential election was no exception. Joe Biden got about 75% of the Jewish vote, depending on what exit poll you looked at. So with the exception of the Orthodox community, Jews are one of the most reliably Democratic voting blocs in America. And it's not just votes, it's money too. They have wealth, and they spend it on politics. Overwhelmingly for Democrats. Some estimates suggest that Jewish donors contribute as much as half of all individual donations to Democratic candidates, but that number is actually a little hard to nail down. Culturally, Jews also play an outsized role in institutions that conservatives often dislike. the media, Hollywood, universities, left-leaning nonprofits. It's not an anti-Semitic trope, it's a demographic reality, and it creates some tension. When Republicans rail against woke elites or liberal Hollywood, they're often talking about institutions with significant Jewish influence. Meanwhile, Jewish Americans are often skeptical of the right. In a 2020 survey, nearly 70% of Jews said the Republican Party held anti-Semitic views, about double the number who said the same thing of Democrats. In fairness, I couldn't find any more recent numbers. Then there's the awkward fact that many Christian conservatives believe Jews are going to hell. Evangelicals compose the backbone of the Republican base, and a literal interpretation of the Bible makes it pretty clear that people who reject Jesus as the Messiah aren't making it through the pearly gates. So if we really want to understand conservative support of Israel, we need to crack open the Bible and look at the religious reasons, because for millions of Americans, the story begins in the Old Testament. But before I get into theology, let me talk to you for just a minute about the attitudes of evangelical Christians. Many people have the view of them shaped by the media, and probably most get that impression through movies. And as often as not, those Christians are portrayed as angry, closed-minded, and almost eager to sentence someone to damnation. So when I was in my teens, I was part of an evangelical church that interpreted the words of the Bible literally. And they weren't shy about calling out what they saw was wrong behavior. But it was a lot less fire and brimstone and a lot more about what I'd call loving guidance. They definitely practiced the concept of hating the sin, but loving the sinner. On a personal level, I've fallen away from that church and the literal interpretation of the Bible, but I've never forgotten the loving and kind group of people that was. It's just an anecdote from one person's experience, but it might help you understand this overall issue. For instance, they didn't view Jews as evil people who were aligned against Christianity and whose ancestors killed Jesus. They viewed them as God's chosen people, who hadn't yet seen the truth of Jesus, who, after all, was a Jew himself. And in the Bible, God promised the land of Israel to the Jews. In fact, a full 70% of evangelicals believe God permanently deeded the land of Israel to the Jewish people. To them, Israel is sacred territory guaranteed by God.
Trying to frustrate me? If some broke-ass redneck cunt steals my bow and didn't already have one, he'd then be more capable of murdering a deer or turkey. BTW, I think you're wrong and you'd like solo leveling, seeing how he gets stronger. Please watch it.
I might end up watching Solo Leveling, I don't know. Yeah, broke-ass redneck can steal a whole bunch of shit from a whole lot of people. I don't know how you'd be responsible. Like, if somebody could break into your house and steal your guns, would you not have any guns? Because, oh, they could use it to commit a crime. Do you, like, make sure there's no knives in your house? Because somebody could steal the knife and use it to chop up a steak. Like, it's just stupid. Just get whatever weapons you want. Thanks for the donation, Boopity Bop.
God. And even more evangelicals see the establishment of a modern Israel in 1948 as the fulfillment of a biblical prophecy. To them, it's all part of the plan laid out in the Bible. Thousands of Christian churches host Night to Honor Israel events, raising millions for Israeli charities. Franklin Graham recently sent 42 armored ambulances to support Israelis near Gaza. And American evangelicals send parishioners as well, Christian pilgrims who hope to see the places they've read about in the Bible. So evangelical support for Israel isn't really about Jews themselves. It's about fulfilling what Christians see as God's larger plan. Look, here's a good chance to tell you that if I mess up anything substantive here, let me know. I'll pin it in a comment below. And if you're new here and are enjoying it, do the subscribe thing. Okay, so now let's move along from religion, because a lot of conservatives support Israel, not because of the Bible, but because of America and its foreign policy. Historically, Republicans generally backed Israel as a Cold War ally and a stable force in the Middle East. But it wasn't at all like what we see today. That support was among Washington political and foreign policy types, not really the country at large. That all changed on one Tuesday morning. It's difficult to overstate how much that attack affected American views about the world, even to this day. We hadn't been attacked like that since Pearl Harbor and had never seen horror like that against civilians, live on television. We watched people jump out of high-rise buildings, choosing to die that way instead of burning to death. Anyone who understood the psyche of the United States knew that things were going to get ugly and they were going to change. And to many Americans, especially the right, it became immediately apparent who their friends and enemies were. Israelis were horrified, while a lot of Palestinians were cheering and waving flags. The US had generally supported Israel, but the effect of watching Gazans, for instance, handing out candy in celebration of that attack, that permanently affected millions and millions of Americans.
The V sign for victory being displayed in East Jerusalem today among jubilant Palestinians that the United States had been subject to this attack. Look at this. We're seeing people applauding, clapping, smiling, happy to know that thousands of Americans have died in this sneak attack. And there you see a V for victory sign.
It's a major reason why today you see stronger support for Israel substantially higher among older Americans. President Bush declared that Israel was on the front line in the war on terror, and for many conservatives especially, the message was simple. Their enemies are our enemies. To neoconservatives who had serious influence in the post-9/11 years, Israel represented the model. A Western democratic outpost surrounded by hostile regimes, surviving through strength. To them, the world was dividing into civilization and barbarism, and Israel was on the right side. That continues today and is driven even more strongly by America's culture war. If you ask two Americans about Israel, you might think they're talking about different countries. To the American right, Israel stands as a model of national strength and moral clarity. To many of them, Israel looks like the America they want back, strong and unapologetic. But on the activist left, the story flips completely. In the modern political climate, most progressives don't see Israel as an oppressed minority or a safe haven after the Holocaust. Instead, they see a stronger power occupying brown Muslim land, a colonial project backed by Western imperialism. The Israelis are no longer the victims, but the enforcers. Essentially, the white people in a global racial justice narrative. This overall moral reframing has pushed Israel deep into America's culture war. It's no longer a bipartisan foreign policy issue. It's a proxy for our own fights over identity, power, and oppression. Nowhere is that clear than in today's divided media. Flip on cable news today and you'll get wildly different stories depending on the channel. After October 7th, for instance, Fox News showed raw footage of massacres and described Israel as the victim of barbaric terror. On MSNBC, the tone was more focused on Israeli airstrikes, occupation, and the historical roots of Palestinian rage. That kind of split just reinforces both sides. The more the left paints Israel as an oppressor, the more the right embraces it as a moral compass. The more critics call it racist, colonial, or apartheid, the more it becomes, at least in the Republican minds, an outpost of Western values under siege. So yes, Israel's still a country, but in America, it's also a symbol of our own divided politics. Look, even though I certainly have opinions on Israel and Palestine, I try my best in these videos to be intellectually honest and to give both sides their best defense, which at best is tricky to do with this confusing, complicated, and long-standing conflict. But it was essentially impossible to do in another video I made about Vox and their, quite frankly, awful journalism. Because I saw a truly one-sided propaganda piece from them, a word I don't use lightly. And to expose it means I had to largely explain the Israeli side, something Vox completely ignored. They were shockingly deceitful, and it's an eye-opening look at how the media can behave. I sure
Yep.
Ex Machina's Ellie and Dina, because these girls have enough plot armor to encase the Death Star. And why haven't the WLF cleared this building of infected? As the script itself points out,
Walls are right next door with the vehicles and lights.
the WLF is right next door. Why haven't they secured this building? Again, these are supposed to be veterans of a zombie apocalypse. Why are they so shockingly incompetent? Clearing buildings would be established protocol, something like a 5-step operation: reconnaissance, planning, attack, final sweep for stray infected, barricade all entrances that can't be guarded. Every building within a set perimeter of headquarters would have to be cleared, but this building right next door to WLF headquarters is filled with infected because the script needs them to be filled with infected so the scene can happen. Also, how did Jesse make it to Ellie and Dina's location with no hassle from any of the many threats in the area? Ellie and Dina activated a horde of infected and attention from the WLF along their route. Anyone following along that same route would almost certainly be killed or captured. And how was Dina so fucking stupid to leave her map on the table back at the movie theater? Jesse says that's how he found them. She's smart enough to triangulate the position of the WLF patrols, but she's stupid enough to leave the fucking map sitting on the table. So the trio escape.
I'm gonna lose my shit with you not being able to keep up. I merely said I'd choose a slightly lesser draw weight bow on the off chance it got stolen. I do own guns. They're just locked up. Never mind, I won't waste more of your time or my patience.
Yeah, I fucking heard you, and I explained why that's fucking stupid. Again, hypothetically, if somebody could steal your guns, would you never buy a gun again? Like, it's just dumb. Like, okay, like somebody could steal knives in your house. Are you never gonna, like, buy a knife? Because, oh, somebody could use it to chop up steak. Somebody could kill someone. Somebody with a farm could use it to slit a pig's throat open. Like, it's just stupid. Somebody could also steal your car and, like, commit a terrorist attack with it. Who fucking cares? It's not your fault. Thanks for the donation, Boopity Bob.
The building and are in trouble as the WLF pursues them. Fortunately, Jesse, somehow, knows the area.
The park! We can lose them in there!
Also, fortunately, the gate to this park has been left wide open, despite the obvious dangers that infected could pour through it. Also, fortunately, the WLF don't go into the park because reasons, which turn out to be that the park is occupied by the Scars, and by an astonishing coincidence, the trio arrive inside the park just as the Scars are about to murder some guy. Or maybe they triggered a cutscene after arriving at a checkpoint. Some guy is a WLF member, but the WLF aren't out looking for him because the script doesn't want them to interrupt the ritual murder or to impede our heroic trio's escape. So the Scars discover the trio and start running after them, waving their torches in the night as they run around the park. Now, WLF snipers on any rooftop near the park should be able to see those torches from a mile off and either shoot the Scars or radio in their positions to a ground team. But as previously established, the WLF are complete morons commanded by incompetent DEI hires, which is why they haven't covered up this giant fucking hole in the side of their headquarters. I mean, a scar from the park could crawl in there and start killing people, but after Commander Midge saw the hole, she decided that
I'll inform only the people who absolutely need to know and no one else.
So I'm going to be calling this girl Edward Furlong because she reminds me of Edward Furlong in American History X. So when Edward Furlong starts running, why does they run toward the basement? They knows the layout of this hospital. They knows that the basement is infected with airborne cordyceps. Of the many directions Edward Furlong could run in, why does they run in the one direction that will almost certainly ensure their death? Okay, now we need to talk about Bella Ramsey's acting. The problem isn't that Bella Ramsey can't act, she can. It's that her range is far too limited. She's fine as long as the script calls for acting ranging in emotional intensity from 4 to 7, but anything above or below that and she's lost. Here is Bella Ramsey aiming for 2. Basically, the pre-volcanic don't fuck with me, cause I'm a bomb ready to go off vibe. Here's an example of that acting beat nailed perfectly.
Dodo Nightillers, if you were in the World Trade Center 9/11 and you were on the 82nd floor and couldn't get down, what would you try to do if the stairs were destroyed or blocked or on fire? Would you jump out and die from falling, or would you burn or wait for the collapse, or what? I have no idea. I'd probably risk like jumping downstairs or something, because like I would just do whatever I could to survive. I'm assuming I wouldn't bother jumping off because I know that would be certain death, so I'd probably just frantically be escaping, like trying to find like, you know, the stairwell. If the stairwell collapsed, I'd probably just jump down anyway, and like, at least then there's like a chance I could survive and crawl out or something. But I have no idea what I'd actually do in a situation like that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. MED donatillers, you suck dick. Giving away your bunnies to make room for more honeys. You're a bad vegan. You never ban me because I have infinite accounts. I'm glad Jasmine left you because she deserves better. Doo-doo head. Yeah, she's gonna get better. Yeah, I'm sure. Women deserve better, real men. Yeah, sure. I'm sure there's plenty of dudes who want to date a old, overweight, selfish woman who expects you to pay for all her bills. World's her oyster. Thanks for the donation, MED. Dodo donatillers, the North Tower was hit first, as you know, and the people in the South Tower were told to stay inside the building, and everything in the South Tower was fine. Would you have stayed or left if, say, you were working there on a top floor? I would have fucking left. I don't give a shit what anybody tells me. If, like, a fucking plane hit the building next to the building I'm in, I'm fucking leaving. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
A lot faster than you'll ever live to be.
And here's Bella Ramsey.
Yeah, Jasmine's old. She's 30. When women turn old, they become grandmas.
Attempting it.
Where's Abby?
Okay, Bella, that's great. Now we need menace. An 8 going on a 9. Think Clint Eastwood and Dirty Harry.
The girl, where is she?
Where is she?
Awesome, Bella. Now, let's bring that shit all the way up to 10. Intensity brimming with violent rage. Clint, show the girl how it's done.
Where's the girl?
She lost weight, but she's still a little overweight. She could probably lose like another 20 pounds at least. So again, well, she's actually going to be turning 31. So 31-year-old woman who's overweight, doesn't have a job, begs for money, expects you to do everything for her, refuses to do any housework, thinks that she deserves all your fucking money. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of fucking dudes who would be willing to date her, especially men that are better than me. So yeah, 6'3", works out all the time, jacked, has abs, makes good money. I'm sure there's plenty of dudes like that who'd love to date that kind of woman.
Where is she?
By the time Bella Ramsey gets to an unconvincing 11, where is she? She's already blowing the scene. By the way, the girl that played Edward Furlong, Tari Gabrielle, was great. She gave a terrific performance. This episode encapsulates every major problem with The Last of Us Season 2. Ellie and Dina are horrendous on screen together, which makes the decision to kill off Joel all the more glaringly disastrous. If a pharmaceutical company can figure out a way to distill the essence of Ellie and Dina's character dynamic into medicinal form, they will have created the world's most powerful sedative. The infected are nerfed and used as plot devices. The story is full of plot holes and plot contrivances. The world building is absolutely pathetic. The behavior of the characters shatters immersion. This isn't two survivors traversing a zombie-infested urban jungle filled with enemies. It's two actresses walking around a film set. These aren't two military leaders. There are a few ticked boxes on Warner's ESG report. This isn't a hole in the side of a building. It's a plot hole. The Last of Us Season 3 has been greenlit by Warner and is currently in pre-production. It is...
Oh, wow. They're actually making Season 3. Oh, that's going to be embarrassing.
Expected mid-2027. Season 3 will probably be a repeat of the Season 2 timeline told from Abby's perspective, which would be even worse than Season 2. Or Warner might watch this video, come to their senses, and go with the Despot's idea of making Season 3 about a super zombie running around slaughtering people. Whatever they go with, the Last of Us franchise is dead. A zombie franchise still ambling aimlessly on after the vast majority of fans have checked the fuck out. No one wants a third game, and after Season 2 of the TV series, no one wants a third season. The official...
I'm guessing the reason they're still making Season 3 is because they're contractually obligated to. So the actors signed like a 3-season contract or something, and they just did some number crunching, and they figured it would be more expensive to violate their contracts than to just make the third season, and it's probably going to be low budget and just dog shit.
Establishment approved narrative on The Last of Us 2 is that the game was divisive, a controversial, indeed boundary pushing, even radical title that divided the fan base, often along...
Just got a PC with AI 9 11th Gen and 3080T. I'm gonna use it for gaming and movies and manga. Help me find monitor, budget between 1000 and 1500. I'm thinking 4K, old either 32-inch or small 4K old TV. Do I go QLED or Walt? What monitor do you use?
QLED is different from OLED. I don't have an OLED monitor. It's a VA panel. It's a Samsung Odyssey G7. The reason I didn't go with an OLED is because they still have issues with burn-in, and the way I use my monitor, I'm like watching YouTube videos all the time. I'd end up getting like burn-in from all the shit on the side and like from this, and then black background and crap. So QLED is different from OLED. It's not OLED. Kind of depends on what you want to do with a monitor. If you're gonna watch a lot of like YouTube videos and shit, I wouldn't recommend OLED because that thing's gonna be like junk in a year. You're gonna get really bad burn-in. They're making OLED panels that don't use organic material. They use synthetic. What do they call it's? I can't remember. The OLED stands for organic. They're making a non-organic LED panel that supposedly isn't going to burn in. I'm just going to wait for them to make that. I think some of the newer panels, the OLED pixels that use blue light, they're using some other type of material that's not as bad for burn-in, but I'm just gonna wait until they make a synthetic OLED so that they don't have burn-in issues, but Samsung's good, LG is good. I wouldn't get a OLED TV because TVs are usually just garbage. You get way better response time and refresh rate with monitors. So yeah, Samsung, LG tend to be the best. There's some good Asus monitors as well. I just look at some of those. Thanks for the donation though, VG. Dodo Night Tellers, you made a marital vow to Jasmine that you would grow old with her, so why is her getting older a problem? Well, because she's a dumb bitch, and she's the one who wanted to break up. Also, she's only 30, they're fine 30, 40-year-old women, mid-40s and up is pushing it, but what do you think about that you said you were physically attracted to? I don't understand what the fuck you're trying to ask me. Men preferentially want to date younger women. So men in their 30s and 40s are trying to date women in their 20s. So the only dudes who are really going to be interested in dating her are going to be fucking losers. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Ideological lines. What season 2 of The Last of Us has proven definitively and beyond any doubt is that gamers and activists masquerading as gamers who defended The Last of Us 2 were wrong, and the haters were right, just as those who defended The Last Jedi were ultimately proven wrong, and those who hated that abomination were vindicated by many critics peeling away The Last Jedi's layers of awfulness and subsequent Lucasfilm projects made in the same vein as The Last Jedi.
The power of
I'm gonna be a dad.
Now, before I present the bonus section to this video, the Despot wishes to thank the sponsor of today's video. The Despot, you remember, excited anticipation of The Last of Us Season 2. I confess, my optimism proved misguided. Warner copyright claimed the video and rejected my fair use claim. So rather than let those bastards have a penny of my ad revenue, I burned that video to the ground. So, I have included the video here in full. Enjoy! I don't think I've mentioned this before on the channel, but I'm a huge fan of The Last of Us series. My favourite episode was the heart-melting episode 3, often derided as the gay episode by its homophobe critics. In the gay episode, a Nestor forms a relationship with a prepper. Then they have sex. Then they eat strawberries and laugh. Then Nestor gets sick, but before he dies, he and Prepper marry. Then our hero Nestor is euthanized, and our hero Prepper declares that he is going to commit suicide because he can't live without Nestor, and couldn't be bothered heading out into the world to see if there might be some good he could do for a struggling humanity. Then Joel finds a letter from our hero Prepper, which reads,
I used to hate the world, and I was happy when everyone died.
The central themes of this beautiful love tale are, if you're sick, kill yourself. If you're sad, kill yourself. A man who celebrated the...
How long were you a loser for? 9 years? That's how long you were dating her, wasn't it? You're so salty about her breaking up with you, it's hilarious. You said shortly after the breakup you were still physically attracted to her. But now she's too old. LOL.
I was attracted to her when we were dating, but then when she gave me this bullshit of, oh, I can't do this anymore, after she started working for 2 months, I realized what the fuck she was doing, and she's a manipulative liar, and all of that went away. So, yeah. And I'm not salty. I'm doing great. She's the one who wanted to move here, and it turned out to be a good idea. I have a bigger place, the rent isn't too expensive, I have a basement where I can put all my weights, I have a garage, it's in a good area, I have more free time, and and everything's going great for me, and she's the one who's salty about the breakup, if you've seen the text messages and shit she sent me, so. I'm doing a lot fucking better than she is, and she can whine and fucking cry about it all she wants. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Death of billions of children died, and you should be sad about that, but also inspired. Truly inspiring stuff. I also admire how this episode's core messages, the romanticization of sad and the pro-euthanasia message.
Liking older women doesn't make you a loser, but again, the point being is, yeah, most dudes in their 30s and 40s are looking for women in their 20s, and they don't really want to deal with a entitled, spoiled child who refuses to work under any fucking circumstances and just tries to weasel your fucking money away from you, and she's like overweight, won't exercise, get in shape, or do anything.
Messaging are disguised behind pro-gay messaging. Those fucking MAGA chuds were so busy frothing at the mouth over some tasty man-on-man action that they completely missed the episode's real political agenda. Superb distraction tactics by the creators. With the benefit of hindsight, we can confidently say that everyone who dunked on the gay episode at the time must feel pretty stupid right now. I can't wait for The Last of Us Season 2. It's gonna be awesome. Bella Ramsey is amazing as Ellie, and it's always great to see Pedro Pascal get a chance to shine. We don't see nearly enough of that guy.
What the fuck is this? Why is Hollywood so fucking gay? Well, that's terrible.
How is she the one salty about the breakup if she's the one who initiated it? Lamau. You mean text messages of her asking for you to not be a deadbeat and help pay for Jake's vet bills and Finn's vet bills? Yeah, that doesn't seem too unreasonable to be Hones.
I don't think she ever wanted to break up. I think she just wanted to manipulate me into agreeing to pay for all of her fucking shit again. All I asked was for her to pull her own weight. That's it. If she wanted some expensive hobbies like taking care of a horse, and if she wanted to keep her car, she has to pay for it herself. And it's not that much money per month. I think it totaled to maybe like $1,000-ish per month, and then maybe a bit more if the horse had like some expensive vet bills or something, but she could have easily covered that with her job. And she couldn't even fucking do that. And then she tried to manipulate me into saying, oh no, don't break up, why don't you quit your job and I'll just take care of everything. Like, nothing she did before or after made any sense. So no, she didn't want to break up with me. She was just trying to manipulate me. And then after the breakup, again, she tried to manipulate me into giving her more money, and I'm not falling for it. And she's just being salty. So I don't care. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Okay, so no old. I use my monitor for games, movies, manga. So for a 3080 Ti 9/11th gen, what resolution makes more sense, 1440 or 4K? Also, would you say VA is better than IPS and TN? I hear people say 4K doesn't make sense at a 27 inches. Is that true?
4K monitor at any monitor size is going to look better than 1080p or 1440. 1440p is a stupid fucking resolution. It doesn't scale properly. Especially older games, they don't scale particularly well. So get a 4K. 1440p is a stupid fucking resolution. And VA would be the best panel type for color reproduction, deep blacks, and response time. IPS panels look like absolute fucking shit. They're super washed out, and you never get any deep blacks. It's just gray, and TN just has really bad color reproduction. So I'd recommend a VA panel if you're worried about burn-in. But thanks for the donation, VG.
That, and I go the other way, and I say no to all of that. The fake Christian accusations is what hurt me so bad.
And they're going to use that because they know that it means a lot to you. And they wouldn't say, if they're saying fake Christian because they know it means the world to you, and so that's their your Achilles heel, so to speak.
That's
and so isn't that proof that you're not fake in the fact that they're calling you fake to get at you? Because if you were actually fake, it wouldn't bother you. If you were putting on a show pretending fully, those comments would be meaningless to you. And so they're just saying it because they know you're not, and so they're just trying to get at you. And why would they want to get at you? I think that people just want to feel better about themselves, and by lowering everyone else around them,
it makes them feel better.
It makes them feel up. Rather than saying, rising tide raises all ships, they're just like, no, I'm going to sink all those ships, and I'll be the only one left. It's
that's
crazy.
What it is. That's what it is. That's facts. Yeah, that's the only thing that I think really hurts my heart is the fake Christian one.
Yeah, I definitely don't get that vibe because even I talked to you off camera. This guy is really he's not fake. It's definitely not put on. For sure, he's not bullshitting you.
Yeah, and I'll end up wanting to talk to you about God at some point. Probably. I love
the first time we met in Toronto. We were at a restaurant. I forget what we ate, but I remember we talked about it for quite a while.
Yeah.
I read a lot of books, but man, I don't know if I can commit that many hours to religion. That's a tough one.
Bro, there's no amount of hours you need to commit to it. You know what's crazy? So this is what I love about it is so the whole concept of the Abrahamic religions, so the Old Testament, Jews basically, if they were to experience the presence of God, they had to go into a synagogue, and then there had to be a sacrifice in order to get in the throne, the presence of God. So they had to, because at one point
I love how this guy says, "Oh, I'm Christian," and he has tattoos, when in Leviticus it says tattoos are evil.
We existed with God, and then our sin is what separated us because God's so holy you can't be in His presence.
Is that the biting the apple?
Yeah,
that's from that.
Our free will. We chose to sin and rebel. So in order to, it says the wages of sin is death. So when you sin, in a sense, your spirit kind of dies. It can't be with God. So in the Old Testament, to get in the presence of God again, they would sacrifice a bull or oxen or doves, or there'd be bloodshed, and that bloodshed would act as an atonement.
Is that not craziness to you though? Trying to sacrifice somebody because I sinned, I did whatever the sins I did, which everyone sins. I got to kill a donkey or a rabbit to as a sacrifice. It's
there has to be an atonement. The way it's so think about this. So if you kill someone, you go to jail.
Oh? Now she didn't actually want to break up. I see. Okay. Lamau, you're such a fucking retard. What was she doing as a job? Was it part-time? And what was it like working at a store as a cashier or what? Did she tell you she hates it, likes it?
I'm not going to tell you what her job is, just so she doesn't get doxxed or anything, but she was making good money. I think it was 21 or 22 an hour, and it was full-time. So after taxes, she was taking in $2,500 per month. And according to her, that was the easiest job she ever had, while making the most amount of money she's ever made, excluding OnlyFans. But, yeah, she is so fucking lazy and doesn't want any responsibility. So she just, again, tried to gaslight, manipulate me. I wasn't having it. So, thanks for the donation, 21st.
Sure, yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
There has to be some type of punishment.
But the jail is you. If I kill someone, you shouldn't go to jail.
Your atonement is time in jail. That's your atonement. Or there can be an atonement of, I come in, I'll pay your $500,000 bond, you go free. You either atone with time or you atone with the money. So God's way is you sin, you die, you're doing your rebellion against God, so there has to be an atonement. Either your atonement is your time in hell away from Him, or your atonement is some bloodshed. So before you can only experience God's presence in the synagogue through that sacrifice, and you had to go to a certain place to find Him. Through Jesus, it's that the sacrifice happened on the cross 2,000 years ago, and because of that, you can experience that atonement and that presence of Him anywhere, in the car, on your way to work, on your way to the gym. No longer.
Yeah, that makes no sense, and it's just fucking stupid.
You have to go to the synagogue because the lamb has already been slain, right? The blood has already been spilled.
With Christians, for example, let's say you sin. I mean, it's going to happen probably almost every day. It's what is supposed to happen? How are you, you're supposed to ask for forgiveness, and then what happens? When I was a kid, it was you do the Holy Grail, I don't know, you had a cross and you'd have to do 10 prayers or something.
Yeah, that's Catholic. That's not something I practice. That's Catholicism. That's the way I see it is that in order to truly be forgiven by Christ and to accept His atonement, so that you are seen as being full again, is by repentance. It says you have to repent. So repenting is an act of walking this way and then turning around, going the whole other way. So the ways that I thought that I ought to live myself, my lust, my greed, my pride, walking this way, I say no to all of that, and I go the other way, and I go towards God's way. And through that act of submission, it's what frees you from the chains of all of those things.
What if I'm not ready to give up? Because as far as I know, having sex before marriage is a sin. I'm not ready to be a virgin again.
Yeah. So,
and I don't know. What if you can't? I'm just I'm not cool with that.
This is the thing, to accept that when you repent, right? It's an action of letting your old self die because you're choosing God first, and that's so. True Christians repent. You can't be a Christian and be I'm going to continue to keep watching porn daily, and not repenting, because then it's is your belief even real? If you truly believe Jesus for what He is, if you saw Him suffering down on that cross for you, I don't believe if you genuinely believe that you can.
This is just a belief for dumb, weak tools. Who the fuck cares if some sky wizard says, I don't want you to do that? You're a bitch.
you can go on living the same way. There's only the only way to is to repent after you believe that and take it.
But if no one's perfect, how do you justify ever sinning? Because if you knew that, then you would never sin. Like if we truly believed it,
well, we're still fallen creation. It's a continuous daily effort of submitting your flesh to God and learning to walk by the Spirit. So it says the more you desire, or the more you kind of fill your spirit, the less you desire the needs of the flesh. So the more you spend time in God's presence with Him, the less you start to desire things like premarital sex or greed or pride and all these things. So the more you learn to love what God loves, He changes your heart. Your heart gets changed, and you start to become aware of things and see things the way that God sees it. So instead of seeing like sex before marriage as something that's like stupid or like not fun or something that like is limiting me, you see it as something that's actually freeing you to maybe experience a deeper level of intimacy with this woman I love, emotionally and spiritually, and then physically. So it's like a deeper connection. It's like,
Ricky Ricardo, why would you ask me such a stupid fucking question? Like, you're a fucking idiot. Do I look like some dumb loser fucking simp who'd, like, fuck you, you're a retard.
you know, what I'm doing now, right? Like I'm waiting till marriage, right? Because I want to fall in love spiritually and emotionally first. And I think by limiting the physical component, you experience things in the emotional and spiritual that you couldn't have if there was that physical component involved in it. So it's like, as you choose to like follow God and chase after what He desires for you, He knows you better than you know yourself, right? I might think I know myself better than anyone, but God knows you truly. He knows truly what's going to like fulfill you, make you happy. But our separation from Him is what makes us think like we're our own gods. We know ourselves better. We're going to keep going this way. It feels good. This is the way to do it. But when you repent and you learn to follow what God has for you and what He says in the book and in the scriptures and His word, that starts to almost like be ingrained on your heart, and you see life a complete different angle. He illuminates the parts of your heart that were dark. So in darkness, like you're not even aware of what you're doing. But when God starts illuminating it, you start becoming aware, like, oh, I get it now. And then you start falling in that way, and it frees you.
I have a question, and hear me out on this. Let's say you're not religious at all. Like you don't think about God. Like it's just not part of your day. Now, I was talking to what's his name, the Mr. Olympia champ from before he won the Arnold's here, Derek Lunsford.
Oh,
he's very religious.
Yeah.
And he was sending me like every day like a sentence, a paragraph, and you'd read it and you think about it. Now, do you think that a good way to start would just be to think about Jesus or something like that for like 15 minutes a day? And if you just think about that, it kind of rubs off onto the rest of your day. Like if you think about something for like 10 minutes, like you can't do it all the time. If you think about it for 10 minutes, then maybe during the day it might rub off. You might do one less thing that you would have done.
See, it's not even about that. There's no like one less thing. No, it's
like going on a diet and cutting out all junk.
Well, it's not, bro, because you're gonna mess up plenty. When you choose.
21st, $22, Nick, I'm just asking what kind of job it was, not asking exactly what it was. She was basically doing, like, secretary work. I'm sure you can give at least some detail. Apparently it was the easiest job, right? 22 an hour is shit. What the fuck are you on? She probably got bored, didn't want 9 to 5 grind. She didn't have to do anything. She was basically doing the most easy secretary work you can imagine, and most of the day she wasn't even working. She would just sit at her desk, wasting time. So, again, I like, that's life, okay? Do I want to stream every fucking day for, like, 5 to 10 hours, like whatever the fucking average is? Like, no, I'd like to take some days off, maybe just relax or go outside and, just exercise some more, or maybe go to a restaurant, eat out, or just go somewhere. But, that's kind of life. Like, I have responsibilities. Like, I want to make money, like, to pay for things. And she just thinks everyone should just give her money, and she doesn't have to do shit for anything. So I don't care. You can make up whatever fucking excuses you want. Like, yeah, work isn't always fun. It's not the most, like, enjoyable thing. But, I mean, what? People should just give you handouts? Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Like, I'm going all in on Jesus, like he'll go all in on you, but it's a process, bro. It's like you're gonna have little cheat meals now and then and mess up a little bit, but the conviction. So he says when Jesus leaves, he says, I'm gonna give you the helper, which is the Holy Spirit, to guide you and to convict you. So when you accept Christ, He's given you His Holy Spirit to live within you. So therefore, when I mess up and I sin, sometimes I mess up. Either I get tempted, or I feed too much of my flesh, and I get convicted, and it's no longer. I feel like I'm so dirty, and I feel like I just spat on the cross on Jesus' face, and He has to go sacrifice Himself again. And that connection I have with my Creator makes me want to be better. So then I have almost like a motivation now. It's like, I don't want to sin like that. I don't want to hurt you again, God. Like, I love you too much to do that because He loved me first. So then that love is what transpires me to maybe wait 5 more days for my next cheat meal. And then after that, it's like a month. You know what I mean? It's a process of getting refined by that love over time. You know what I mean? It's not like a tomorrow, no sex.
Because you picture religious, like, because a lot of your criticism is like, oh, you're a Christian, but like you did.
Love your takes, King. Seeing you pop up on Destiny's stream always makes my day.
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, Anon.
This or did that, and it's like, do these people think that if you're Christian means you're perfect? Like, no. I don't understand that. Like, I'm like, if you ever did something, like, say you got drunk one night, and it's like, aren't you a Christian? You got drunk, and it's like, I'm not a perfect human being. Just because Christian doesn't mean I'm God. It's like,
my imperfection.
I don't understand how people think that. That's
no, my imperfection is what leads me to Christ daily. If I was perfect, I wouldn't need Him. You know, he is like the one that's perfect that leads me to him because I'm in awe of how perfect.
I'm perfect, and I don't need some dumb imaginary fucking god to tell me fucking anything. I live life by my own set of fucking values, and if God has a problem with that, then he can go fuck himself. This is supposedly the same God who just sits back and relaxes while watching children get raped, so what the fuck do I care what he thinks? So I'm perfect. I do everything that I think is right and just. So I don't need God. I'm perfect. There you go. And guess what? If I saw a kid getting abused, like if I saw a child getting raped, unlike your God, I would intervene and either kill and or beat the shit out of the child rapist. So, oh, who's fucking perfect now, bitch? 21st only chillers, yeah, exactly. Sit at a desk, do nothing, wasting your entire life. She has depression, and you want her to sit at a desk and do nothing for 80% of her waking hours because you were being petty about her paying for vet bills and food. Like, fuck right off. Dude, it's hilarious. The double standards she has is just insane. So back when I was like, bulking so I could bench the 405 and I was training for that, like people were making fun of me, calling me fat, like over and over and over again all day. And back then that was a touchy subject for me because I have like body dysmorphia. I've always had insecurities about the way I look, until like last year. And on top of that, I was severely fucking depressed, and I was on like a cocktail of different fucking drugs, and it was so hard to get out of bed and shit. And like I would want to take days off, and then Jasmine would fucking pressure me to work, and she'd say, well, it doesn't really matter how bad you feel, you still have to make money. And then when I'd ask her to like get a job or like at least maybe cover some of my streams so that like if I'm really in a bad fucking mood and I'm suicidal, like maybe she could just stream for me on my channel and then like at least make, maybe $100 or something over the course of the stream. Like that's a realistic goal. She would say, no, I get really self-conscious about people calling me fat and it makes me depressed. And then I tell her, so I have to swallow up all my feelings and none of that matters. You can invalidate every way I fucking feel. And then it's like, well, that's life. You just got to work and make money. But then when I tell you to do that, you get to use this excuse. I can't handle it. It's too much. Like she's just the most manipulative, pathetic fucking person, dude. Dodo donate $2. Do you ever watch this?
Vegan Gains Divorce Break.
Yeah, I already saw that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
He is. And that I want to be, even though I'll never be like him, but I want to be like him.
We reacted
it's
to
like
it
the
on
best
stream.
motivational, like that. I want to be just like him. It's like Jesus was like a rabbi, which were like the Jewish teachers. That's who he was. So he was a really good rabbi. So in Jewish culture, if you followed a rabbi, your job was to literally become like him. You ate with him, you slept with him, you went everywhere with him. And then once the rabbi felt like you were good enough, doing sense to be your own rabbi, he would like let you off to go and to then make more, right? So that's like what we're called to do as Christians in the gospel is we have to become like our rabbi, our teacher Jesus. The goal is to become like him and then become disciples for him and make others. You know what I'm saying?
Makes sense.
So, but yeah, no, Christians are not perfect at all. You'll never be Christian. There's no such thing as a perfect Christian. There's no one is perfect but Christ alone.
Yeah,
He was the only
I
one that was
noticed
perfect.
a lot of the comments and saying this, and I'm like, I'm not even that religious, but like, I just don't think
they try to hold you to a standard that's like impossible to reach just because I get that all the time. By me being open about my faith, like opens me up for like extra criticism. 100%. Never will be perfect. But there's a lot of things that like people don't understand. Like in my opinion, like the drinking to the smoking a cigar. Like I think people weigh too much on things that aren't deep spiritual issues. Like for me, for drinking, for example, I think it's good to have like that Macallan 25, have like maybe a taste, like a one shot with a friend.
I still don't think it's a sin to have a shot of rum or whiskey. I'm like, if you're getting plastered and doing stupid shit,
that's different. When you become not sober minded, where you can act out of your own mind, that's sinful because God's trying to protect you. He's not doing it because like I don't want you to have fun. God wants you to experience everything in His creation, but in a safe boundary. Because too much excess in anything is not good for you. Clearly.
And alcohol is way more unhealthy than HRT. Like testosterone.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand the hate that people get for using test and HRT compared to other drugs. Because if you look at the problems that alcohol has created alone, it's way worse than steroids could ever be, even in high doses. The drinking and driving, the spousal abuse, all the different things that happen from drinking is way worse than steroids can do. And I mean, I have a channel that's like, oh, don't do steroids. But I mean, I still recognize that alcohol's
PJ Braun, the IFBB pro, he said he ended up having an alcohol addiction. And he said, like, before his alcohol abuse, he was on grams of gear per week. Like, he'd run 3+ grams per week, and his blood work would be pretty good. Like, not perfect, but, like, pretty close to what you'd consider ideal. And then when he developed alcoholism, he said, like, his health was just horrendous. So, yeah, alcohol versus high doses of steroids. Alcohol is way fucking worse for you.
It's way worse.
Yeah, but you made a channel on not drinking alcohol. You're definitely not going to get no one watching.
Yeah, like, this is not the channel to follow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's funny though. People do weigh they weigh the wrong things just so much. It just makes no sense to me. Again, I think a lot of it's just misinformation and people not being like aware enough. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
But you should watch when you get the chance. You should. I mean, you might not watch it. It's called The Chosen though. Really good series. Like if you struggle with finding time to
I haven't even watched it.
You don't watch shows.
I gave up TV in the after my last breakup.
Yeah.
I stopped TV. I watched a couple movies like in the last couple years.
How long are you in Miami till?
Thursday.
He gave up TV, but he can hunt down channels with less than 1,000 subs. Right, sure.
17th, is it Thursday?
Okay. I wonder if VU has like an extra service. Lucas, you should find out if VU has a service Wednesday. If they do, we should pop out and just check it out. It's like the good church out here, VU.
What does that mean? Like they sing and stuff? It's good?
Just a little, yeah. I mean,
when I was a kid and I went to church, it was all in French and I hardly understood it. And it was like so boring and I'm like, oh my goodness, I just couldn't wait for it to be over.
You gotta go to
it wasn't
like
a fun experience.
Yeah, you go to like a
church, like my ex-girlfriend would go sometimes there. And man, it was
terrible,
a totally different experience. Like they were singing and having a good time and they were speaking English. I can understand what they're saying. It was a lot better.
Yeah, we'll have to go like VU one time. I think you'd like VU a lot. All it takes is like one really good sermon, change your life forever. That's what happened.
Probably.
To me. Yeah.
Like just like a teacher. One good teacher in your life, you probably think back and you're like, man, that teacher was really bomb. If all my teachers like that, I would love school. It can make a big difference.
Oh, 100%. Dude, that changed my life. Like Stephen Furtick is a pastor in Charlotte, and like his sermon, like, oh my God. I think God literally put that like video on my recommended page to save my life. It changed my life forever. Yeah, Stephen Furtick, Elevation Church, banger, dude. But yeah, I think you just need to. It'd be cool to see you like, because I know you said you don't like to read, you don't like to go to. So there's you don't have to do any of that though to have.
21st Only Tellers, well, the man is the breadwinner, and that's just life, buddy. Yeah, well, she don't have no man, so that's not my problem. Sometimes you gotta swallow your pride and make money. There are certain roles for men and women in life that are adhered to and expected. You were kind of acting like a retarded feminist. That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Have a relationship with God is all I'm saying. Like the biggest thing I always say, like new believers or people who, even if you're the slightest bit interested, the thing is, I always say, if there was a man named Jesus Christ of Nazareth who walked this earth 2,000 years ago, if there's even the slightest chance that that guy was legit and he potentially lived, died, and resurrected, that's the most important question that a human being can ask himself in their entire life is, will I follow him? So I think.
No. The most important question is how to make penis bigger.
Everybody at least owes it to himself to at least look into the historical aspect of his life and see, like, could this actually be a plausible event that happened? Because if it did, it's the biggest question someone can ask themselves is, am I going to follow him? It's the most important question of all time. There's nothing more important than it. And then if you even have that slight thing of, like, maybe I'd be open to it, I always recommend people just go in a room by yourself and just say, God, if you're real.
I feel like the reason that I or other people may not think about it often enough is ignorance is bliss. So if you just pretend it's not happening and don't think about it ever, then you won't have to live that way. And maybe, you know, not that it's good or bad, but I think that a lot of people don't want to believe it because they don't want to affect their lifestyle. Like me, I don't want to give up having sex.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, what if I find out that it's all legit and I have to stop? I'm like, oh.
See, that's it's the funniest part. But I'm gonna show you this YouTube video later. It's a 12-minute video and it talks about chains. Like how
I can watch a 12-minute video.
Okay,
I can commit to that.
I'm gonna show it to you. I'm gonna show you. And it's a channel that shows it such a good way. But the act, it's so crazy because they think that following God is like, okay, now I can't do this, can't do this, can't do this. They think it's like.
I wish I could debate Alex Eubank. I'd make him look like such a fucking idiot. All these Christian apologists are just pathetic fucking losers. Their whole faith is predicated on just pure fucking nonsense. Even if we were to grant that God exists, Jesus was a real person who is the Son of God, all that, none of it would logically lead to the conclusion that you should follow God for any kind of moral reason. There is, like, the truth is nihilism. Nihilism is just the truth. There may be practical reasons why you'd want to adhere to Christianity, because, like, oh, if you don't, you're going to go to hell or something, and heaven's a better place. That might be a practical consideration, but as far as any moral reasons for following God's commandments, you couldn't make one. There's no proving that, like, there's no way to prove that God is good. God would just be God, and he is just this big bully who tells you what to do, And if you don't do what he does, then he's going to punish you. That's all there is to it.
Almost like being a slave, but in the action of submission, you gain freedom. Does it make sense? But the way I would explain it is like,
later I'll get it.
Yeah. Imagine.
Yeah. So when somebody says, this is how it works, but it doesn't make sense, that's when you fucking leave because they're retarded. If it made sense, then they wouldn't have to admit that it doesn't make sense.
Like I would say, like with like a parent, like imagine like my dad telling me what to do, all these chores and good grades, all this, and I'm like, dude, you suck. Like, why do I have to do all this?
Yeah,
but then through me submitting to him, and then he buys me a car, buys me, because he's like, this is my son, I'm proud of him, he's a good son, and I start to find like love in that. It's like you know what I'm saying? It's like
there's a lot of shitty things I did, and I don't understand why. And then now looking back, I'm like, oh, that made me who I am now. It helped me so much, but you don't realize it at the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense.
I'm gonna show you that video though.
Cuck, dude. Just pure cuckoldry. And just play some video games. Oh wait, what am I doing? Uh, 21st, Johnny Chillers, if you remained broken up with Jasmine all those years ago after she declared you not spiritual enough, you would have likely been in a happier place right now. Probably not. How did she manipulate you into getting back together? Well, apparently her sister made up a bunch of lies about me. That's what she said anyway. Who the fuck knows?
Your keen understanding of how this works, especially from National Guard families. I can tell you this, having been one of those that came back, we were in support of OEF, but sitting in there with OIF veterans, when we came back, they showed us the horse whisperer and told us to be nice when we went home. And that was the extent of it. That was in 2004. Now, I'm proud to say that because of the people sitting in here and people who came before me, things have changed over the last 4 years. They have not changed enough. But Mr. Kennedy is following and moving something forward that the late senator from Minnesota, Senator Wellstone, advocated so clearly, mental health parity, and this issue of destigmatizing mental health, of understanding. And I being in there and knowing as a first sergeant, know exactly what you're saying, and watching as people aren't trained on this, that there is there's a discrimination that goes against a soldier who has the courage, the fortitude, and as you said, the insight to admit this. So there's a couple things
When did he say he had PTSD after serving in Afghanistan? Great. Okay, he never said that. Thanks for the stupid links that are wasting my time, dude. Yeah, I refunded Doom. Oh, sweet, the Galil thing worked. Why is this section so fucking hard? Bullshit. They have like superhuman reaction speed.
Okay. Breathe.
I think that's all of them, yeah.
These must be the scars. Doesn't matter. Hospital. You better not have strung Nora up. All right.
Son Goku Donatello are still currently dieting, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I fell off massively off my diet the past month and gained a shit ton of weight, so I'm in starvation mode right now, lol. Also, would you rather read the manga first, then watch the anime, or watch the anime first? I generally prefer to read the manga. Unless, like, I don't know, I'm bored, the anime's already out, and I just want something to watch, but I generally prefer reading manga. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. And, I mean, if you have trouble sticking to your diet, you might want to not diet so hard. If you always seem to fall off. Oh, thank God it didn't fucking crash. Thought it was gonna crash.
I think I can fit.
Don't do this!
Oh, damn it.
I was explaining something. I'll tell you about it. Listen.
They are my stupid son.
I didn't want to...
Free.
Oh, shit! Oh, no! No, no! Get the wolf!
Shit.
Start a hunt. We miss someone.
Fuck. It's dark. It's the head.
Okay.
Fuck off. What? I hit him with the fucking thing! It didn't stun him when I hit him with the fucking bottle. Oh my god, that is so fucking bullshit. The game literally fucked me over. I could have taken him hostage. Fucking cocksucker. That is fucking bullshit. Fuck you.
Take her! She's empty!
Man.
dipshit. Is there still someone? Okay, I... I really gotta piss. Hate it when I have to move slowly and shit and I have to piss. I get super impatient. Where the fuck is the... 21st when I tell her is if, though, the divorce process Jasmine attempted to take Emmy away from... She wouldn't be able to. Do you have anything you can use against her to prevent that from happening? Yeah, she wouldn't be able to. She succeeds in taking Gummy, would you steal him back? Yeah, I guess. Thanks for the donation, dude. I gotta piss. Alright. I'm back.
Jesus. That it? Oh, these people are fucking nuts. Tommy, hope you're doing better than I am. Fuck, more of them. I think that's it. Oh, damn this city. Now where's that fucking hospital?
Yeah, I think they just dropped arrows. Wait, where are we going? What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck?
You know you're right about nihilism being the truth to life. Whenever I'm faced with a moral/ethical dilemma that isn't any fault of my own, such as watching politicians use sadistic language to describe their rivals' unlucky circumstances, I shrug it off.
Okay, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Let's try this.
That's where we were, right? Or, I guess not. I donate to someone commented the following on the Frank situation. Thoughts? Wouldn't it be funny if the judge declares Frank mentally insane, rules Frank's favor, and both Paul and Frank are like, what? Well, it's a jury trial, so they can't do that. Frank would also have to submit evidence that he's not mentally competent to stand trial, which is different than just insanity. Thanks for the donation, I. Ben Boyd Donatillers, I was offered a promotion to manager position at Domino's, but I don't know if it's worth it because the pay increase is only like $3.50 an hour or something. What do you think? Entirely depends on how much more they make you work. The one benefit you might get from it is, like, it is experience. So if you get a job anywhere else, you can say you had a manager position, and that might work in your favor for a future job. So you might want to take the opportunity regardless. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Where am I going? Played this game like 8 times. Why do I not know where to go? Where the hell am I? Am I retarded? Oh. So Goku, don't each other's know you're gaming right now, but I'd really love to hear your take on this. It's short and brief.
Be successful because you don't have my looks. You weren't born a blonde, bodacious woman. Because all blonde, bodacious women are successful. You don't have that privilege, so you're not successful. That would mean that the top billionaires in the world must be bodacious, beautiful women. Are they? Think about what you're saying, brethren. God bless if that helps you fall asleep at night. You're saying that so that you won't feel bad about yourself when you put your head on the pillow and you know you're not living up to your own potential. Because
generally speaking, good-looking women use their looks to get into relationships with wealthier men, or at least men who will spend money on them. Rarely do women get an opportunity to actually make money off their looks by like becoming a model or an actress or do OnlyFans or have like some social media career.
you're saying they're only successful because of XYZ. What gifts do you have that you're not using to your potential to become successful? There's plenty of gorgeous people out there who are broke. There are plenty of really smart people out there who are broke. There are plenty of great athletes out there who are broke because they didn't do anything with their God-given gifts of talents and abilities. If I was really smart in math, and that's where I excelled early on, then I would have taken that route to become successful. Because it's not about the reason why I'm successful. It's about the intention behind the reason. It's about the mindset, the effort, the daily consistency that goes into everything.
Yeah, she's right. She's also pretty hot, too.
You can never be successful.
But, yeah, generally speaking, women don't really make money off of their looks. They just use their looks to get money from, like, dudes they're dating. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. Ben Boyd, Only Tillers, forgot to mention, I don't know how much longer I'll even be working there. The hours are shit, and they serve animal products, so probably won't be long-term thing, but also jobs are stupid. Life is meaningless anyway, so what's the point? Having a good resume so that you can afford a Panigale V4. So, again, if you want to improve your job prospects in the future, it might be worth taking the manager position, even if you're not going to do it for very long. And if you're ever asked about it, just say you're, like, you have better opportunities. That's it. So it might be worth it. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Don't make a fucking sound. Hands up.
Easy. Easy.
You know a girl named Nora?
Sure, yeah.
Where is she?
In the hospital.
Where in the hospital?
Yeah, they're clearing out the upper floors. She's somewhere in there.
Fuck. That was dumb.
This game has the best throat slitting.
Why are modern women such a pain these days, VG?
I don't know, man. All that matters is that you stay on your alpha male grind set. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The word is we're almost wrapped up.
Good. I got my girl waiting for me at the top.
Shit me. They put you with Joe again?
Upstairs.
Hey, we get the job done. busy or are we a few people late?
Mila! Fucking ambush! Think it came from that way!
Right there! She went back there! Lost her! Fan out! Check the whole courtyard. Flush her out!
Came from that direction!
Oh, hey, Gum Gum. How's my Gum Gum? Oh, you're so handsome. Such a good baby. Yeah, it's a good baby, Gum Gum. Yeah, you're beautiful. Yeah, I love you. Love my kitty. Yeah, most of the problems with women are due to men treating them like children. And then, yeah, if you treat somebody like a child and don't ever criticize them or question them or, like, force them to grow up in some way, then it's just the end of stage for them. Oh, shit. That was everybody? Sick. Fucking killed everyone. That was pretty smooth.
That you, Nora?
Hey, your gun glows in the dark.
Abby was so herself. What the fuck was Abby here?
I'm not stupid. You're gonna tell us where she went.
When Isaac talks to us about this...
I'm getting tired of this.
Nora. Nora! I'm not going down for her, man.
Don't scream. Put that shit down. You remember me? Yeah. You remember me. What do you want? Abby was here earlier. Where'd she go?
I don't know. You shoot me. The sound will have every soldier come running.
You'll still be dead. Tell me where she went and I'll think about letting you go.
We could have killed you.
Maybe you should have. Or maybe you should have stayed the fuck out of Jackson. Where's Abby?
You still hear his screams?
If you were on a deserted island, would you rather be with a random woman or a dog?
I hear them every night. Yeah.
Probably the dog.
Fucking
Help! Trespasser! Somebody, please! Over here!
Oh, fuck.
Nora! You can't escape this!
Fuck. Fuck.
Shoot her! No, no, no!
Ah, fuck.
Got you! Come on!
Throw down your weapon!
No, wait.
No, back up!
Put your gun down!
You can walk away from this, okay? I can...
Shut the fuck up!
Gun down! Hands up!
Get back!
You have nowhere to go. The fuck's the power doing on?
Doesn't matter. Find it.
You're done!
as pretty smooth.
Okay. Where'd you go? Oh god. Where's Abby? You're breathing spores. You're her. You Firefly? There are no fireflies anymore. Where's Abby?
Love my gum.
I'm fucking dead anyway. Why would I tell you anything?
Because I can make it quick. Or I can make it so much worse.
Think about what he did. How many people are dead because of him?
Last chance.
I'm not giving up, my friend.
Kid Booter Tellers, this is one of the best anime fight scenes ever. If you say otherwise, you're salty bitch. Yeah, great. Two dork nerd looking dipshits with superpowers. I've seen it all before. Yeah, that looks like horse shit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
It's me.
Nighty night, Kenny. Sweet dreams.
She's hiding out in this aquarium. Okay. Come on. Let's get you cleaned up. Arms up. I made her talk. It's okay.
Tits.
I don't want to lose you. Most people have left already. I don't know which group I'm gonna join. I was one of the ones that wanted to go after the smuggler and the girl. They said, even if we found her or by some miracle found someone else that's immune, it'd make no difference. Because the only person who could develop a vaccine is dead. Or by some miracle found someone else that's immune, it'd make no difference. Found someone else that's immune, it'd make no difference. Because the only person...
Ellie! Come here. What the hell are you thinking? Running off in the middle of the night like that. You talk to me. You don't just leave me a goddamn note.
Tell me. what happened here. If you lie to me one more time, I'm gone. You will never see me again. But if you tell me the truth, I'll go back to Jackson. No matter what it is. Just say it. Joel.
Making a vaccine. Would have killed you. So I stopped them.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Joel killed innocent people in the game. Oh, come on. Love my gun.
Don't you fucking touch me! I'll go back. But we're done.
Is what a DLC. Oh no, this is a mod. It's a mod for a costume that's already in the game.
Dina? Jesse? Dina? Jesse? Where are those two?
She had a rough night. Barely could get her to keep water down.
You should have woken me up.
Is she pregnant?
Yeah.
How come I never wear muscle shirts? I just don't like them.
But we gotta take her back. She needs real care, and she's not gonna get that.
Yeah, I know. But I can't just leave Tommy. He's out here because of me. Maybe you could take her back.
She's not gonna leave without you. Screw it. Let's get Tommy. This aquarium that girl told you about. Tommy hasn't found Abby yet. We'll post up there until he does.
Haven't watched the HBO series.
You're good with leaving Dina by herself?
Her orders.
Okay. Let's go tell her we're leaving then.
I'll just meet you up front.
Yeah. Hi. Hey, babe. I need you to lock the door for us. Okay.
Let's do it. Your map showed the aquarium along the shore.
Okay. I am fucking tired. So I think I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm, likely gonna be on tomorrow in the afternoon because I don't have to train. But, hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. So, sweet dreams.